Doodah, doodah. Death by divorce? Is this him watching the thing? All right, let's move on to this.
Okay, so I heard from my friend Waleed, shout out to Waleed, that you disagree, you think I'm a misogynist. I would like to, and apparently you've had extensive conversations with them about it. So I was curious to what that debate was and the back and forth and everything. So, but first off, what's your name?
Hi, I'm Rose.
Hi, Rose.
Obviously I know who you are.
Yeah.
But instead of the conversation I had with the lead, like I'd rather just tell you like how I feel. So
Title?
I really don't know why
Fuck
you
you,
do it. I'm gonna be
Jonah.
honest with you. Like I don't know. Like
Fuck you,
I
man.
actually saw some of your like older content. You kind of just popped up on my timeline one time. Like, whoa, that's aggressive. Like just some of the things that you were saying. I was like, that's kind of aggressive. So I just like when it's kind of like a deep dive on you. And I kind of really want to know where like you develop some of your opinions on women. Is it like personal experience? Is it
Well, first
like,
we have to establish what opinions do I have about women that you disagree with?
okay, so can I ask you some questions and then you tell me your opinion?
Cool.
Sure.
Okay, all right. Oh, he's lucky he allowed her to do this, because with a lot of people, they get really fucking weird about this, and it's, I understand why. Like when somebody has a disagreement with someone, they'll come on and they'll be like, "Yo, give me the reason why you disagree with me." No, you came on to my shit. Tell me the exact reasons you disagree with me. I don't want to have to like go through some whatever clips, and that's usually gets really really hostile. And I'm glad that didn't happen. Are you interested in watching CounterPoints video where he talks to Mrgirl? I mean, possibly. I was told that like Mrgirl was very political in that and didn't really say much.
Okay. So do you believe that the rise in like political clout, socioeconomic clout, socioeconomic power and status that women are getting in society is harming society?
Yes.
Why do you think that?
Because we are telling.
I think there are negative. I think there are negative consequences to it, like women's standards going up to a point where in which men can't reach it. Because, and not I'm not talking about women's look standards. I'm talking about women's money standards. Like the amount of money that I'm expected to make is fucking disgusting. Just because women make money now, it's literally that simple. Fuck. Oh, hold up. There we go. Because women make money now. Yes, I'm in my childhood room. That's why I have shit like that. Because women make a lot of money now, I'm expected to make more money because I'm a man, and of course I have to make more money than women. And so their standards have gotten to a pretty crazy point. So there are negative consequences to it, but I wouldn't say it's negative in general.
Women to chase ego and to try to act like men so that they can feel the same amount of power. And it's not something that they inherently want to do. Feminism is this idea that's being sold to young women that promotes female empowerment, and it turns women into men, and it actually makes men weaker. I'm sure you could also see the rise of effeminate men, feminine men walking around, soy boys, like we like to call them. It's switching the genders, and we're trying to act like men and women aren't equal. We're trying to act like men and women are equal when we are very clearly different. We have different roles. So feminism is like the female empowerment thing. It's a bunch of nonsense. There's no laws.
Wallpaper, yeah.
There's no rights in the West that men have that women don't.
On paper, right?
What? Yeah. What do you mean? There's rights off paper that women need?
No, I'm saying like, yeah, on paper, there is equality of genders on paper, right? But in execution, the way that it's kind of executed in society, it's a little different.
Correct.
Like what?
Like, and just getting away from the statistics, let's just go just based on personal experience.
Wait,
right?
Sneeko would literally agree with this. Sneeko has said that there's double standards that women in the media and everybody sets up that are shitting on men, that are at the dissatisfaction of men. He's said that men and women are equal under the right of law, however, are not equal in material reality. So he even agrees with the idea that we are not equal. We are not the same. He says as much. I don't know why the brother's getting confused now. Gonna do counterpoints in Mrgirl combo? Probably, I guess.
So I grew up in a patriarchal kind of family structure.
Everybody did.
Right.
Jesus Christ, his chat.
And in that sense,
They're just like Wing rape, W Hitler, L Jews. Jesus, man. Christ. Sneeko has to wake up to what the fuck he's around.
specifically just from my background being an immigrant, I seen so many women in my family actually be kind of negatively impacted mentally with their self-esteem, just based off of their position, their role that they had to play based on the gender roles that are in this society.
Saying the F slur earlier too.
And it's not only that, it's also, well, okay, let's just talk
you're
about
talking about personal experience, but you're kind of avoiding the general subject. Feminism is a bunch of bullshit, and there are no rights that women don't have that men have.
in the West.
Yes.
Yes. Feminism as a whole globally is very important, and we're still doing the work.
Come on, don't
You're
submit
not.
to that.
You live in the West.
Yeah, but listen, if we're specifically speaking about the West,
Which we
feminism as we know it today, we're not talking about the suffrage movement, which is also like a part of feminism where women were trying to gain the right to vote. We're not talking about
100 years old.
That's what I'm saying. We're not talking about that. We're talking about New Age feminism. So your gripe is with New Age feminism.
Mm-hmm.
So modern day New Age feminism, there are parts of it that have kind of been bastardized. I would agree with you in that, like sexual liberation. There's
Get to the point, man. You come on. Pick it up. Come on. We ain't got all day. Come on now.
sects of different types of feminists that say, like, is sexual liberation really liberation for women? Right? And that's a big question. That's an up in the air one. Me personally, I am of the opinion that it's per the person. It's depending on the person. But regardless of the fact, back to what you said about like people encouraging women to be more like men, I don't personally believe that that is the goal. I don't think that we're trying to encourage women to be more like men. I think we are encouraging women to gain identities outside of interpersonal relationships with men, right? So do you think that a young girl should be, her only focus should be trying to find a man to be domesticated to? Do you think that that's...
Her number one objective should be to find a good man. Yes. And
Jesus.
what she can do, how she could put herself in the right positions to be with the man that her father would be proud of.
Jesus.
Okay, so let's just go down that line of reasoning, right?
LiveStream, yeah.
Okay, so does that mean if she has to sacrifice her education, would you think that she should sacrifice her education?
No. Well, it depends what scenario. You're going too specific with the hypotheticals. I want to argue something more general, like something. This is extremely specific. I can tell that you're thinking a lot about like personal experiences. You probably thought like, oh, my friend was.
Hold up, I gotta go to the bathroom, but she needs to get specific because, I mean, that's in the specificity is where this really starts breaking down. He makes a statement like, "Yo, women should be, domestically their number one goal should be looking for a man." Her response should be kind of what she was doing. Okay, at the expense of her education, at the expense of her career, at the expense of her social life, at the expense of her, and you need to get specific into what, at the expense of what? What should be the level of education women should expect? Or are they just going to go back to the like trad wife schools where they don't learn very much math or anything that isn't needed to go to the store and buy groceries, right? Like, to what level is their reliance on a man supposed to be enforced on them, right? So the devil's in the details, but Nico doesn't want to be in the details. I got to be right back. I got to take a piss. Like the video while I'm gone. If I don't come back to at least 75 likes on the video, I'm ending stream. Ooh, not 75. Gunboat diplomacy, W. Is that what it's called? That, listen, all right, that's it. You got 30 seconds. I'm kidding. But like the video, man. Come on, it helps boost the algo.
Said not to go back to school or anything, but
No,
I prefer Twitch chat.
let's go more general. Do you think I'm a misogynist?
I mean, if you're in Twitch chat, that means when you put in emotes, it comes up on the screen. So that is a dub for Twitch chat.
The answers that you've given me so far, and I'm gonna go based off what the answers that you're giving me in this live stream. All right, because maybe I'm taking the other clips that I've seen online out of context. But from what you're saying, it does sound inherently misogynistic.
What did I say that was misogynistic?
That a woman's main objective in life should be to find a man.
Can you define misogyny for me?
Specifically, I actually have a.
So you don't know? You have to look it up?
No, I want to give you like a clear, concise definition versus like something.
Right, but if you can call me misogynistic, you should know what it means before looking it up.
Okay, well, misogyny is an inherent distrust, inherent hatred, inherent bias against women.
Where did I show hatred or bias towards women?
So when you say, and I'm trying to explain this to you in a way that like it's a very, like you said, it's a broader, like you said, it's a general kind of idea, right? So when you say something like a woman's main objective in life is to find a man, right? That is completely disregarding the other very important aspects of her humanity, which might be to find to get an education, to provide for herself. What if she can't find a man? To provide for herself. So when you spew kind of this idea that like a woman's main objective should be to find a good man,
that means I hate women?
No, that's not what I said. You're purposely misinterpreting what I said. So what I said was there's layers to your statement that are inherently misogynistic. You don't have to outright say, I hate women, F all women. You know what I'm saying? But when you go into like a pool of talking points that are centered around misogyny, then that's where somebody like me can make the observation of you saying, I am misogynistic. Now, if you are not a misogynist, if you inherently believe.
I think she could have explained this a lot simpler. From my perspective, I believe you display a prejudice towards a group of people if you are establishing that they cannot pursue a career independent of other individuals, that they cannot pursue an education independent of other individuals. For you to say that women's primary goal should be looking for a husband to provide for them, to care after them, and to even do things that maybe we could agree could be good for many women, maybe even most women. I don't really care. But to say that that should be a woman's primary goal, I don't believe that is, I believe that is born out of a prejudice against women where they're just as capable of providing or getting an education and doing these various other things. You've seen them do it in the workplace currently. If you want to make a statement that somebody doesn't belong in the workplace or should stick to other avenues of their social or whatever development, you need to justify that. Like, for instance, with different types of disabled people that may not be able to have careers, right? And so you need to justify why they can't do it, or they can't have a career. And so I guess the comparison would be women to disabled people. That'd have to be where he picks it up.
That you yourself are not a misogynist, maybe present your ideas in a way that is not doesn't have so many misogynistic undertones would be my suggestion.
What's a misogynistic undertone about what I said?
That if a woman's main objective in life should be to find a man, that means that inherently she's incapable of living her life without a man.
That's not true.
Correct.
What? Wait, he believes that? But that's not, first off, that's not logically true. You could say that a woman's primary directive should be to look after, God, why am I can't believe I'm doing this, but I'm going to do this because these people are both idiots. Okay, so I can make a statement that women's primary goal should be to find a man to look after them, but also believe that women are capable of looking or getting a career. However, the reason why I'm telling women their primary goal should be to do these things would be because I believe that the best outcomes for society are arrived as a result of a woman taking up a caretaker role. Why? Fucking Sneeko's answer, I don't know, right? But it's not necessary for me to believe that women are incapable of providing for themselves or that they're less capable of providing for themselves. It's just that when women are in a nurturing role and when men are in a provider role, that tends to result in better outcomes for society. Inner Sneeko's argument as to why, right? It's not necessary for me to believe that women can't do those things. The previous example I gave was about whether or not it was justified to, it was a freedoms first perspective. Was it positive freedoms and negative freedoms kind of a perspective, right? Everybody should be default. We shouldn't be socially prescribing anybody to do anything that, restricts their autonomy without a valid reason, right? And so from my perspective, there isn't a valid reason to be like women should take up a nurturing role because there is no justification as to why women specifically need to take up that role or should take up that role and should be socially pressured, which we know has, pretty significant effects on people, socially pressured to fulfill that demand. There's no good justification. In comparison to like somebody that's physically incapable of doing a job, let's say digging holes, right? It's probably a physical impossibility if you don't have hands to dig holes. Right, but you can't say women don't have the ability to make money, I guess. It's just, there's no real comparison.
See what you just did?
I will say the same exact thing about men. The main objective is to be happy. And you got to realize the most important thing to be happy is to be with somebody who loves you. We need each other. Men need women and women need men. I could say the same thing about men. And the feminists that you would probably talk to all the time will say the same.
I think it's kind of cope. I don't think men or women need relationships to be happy. I think a large part of a lot of people's happiness is their relationships. But I honestly think that your family is way more important to your happiness. Now, obviously, getting in a relationship can allow you to establish a family, but not everybody. Most people are born into some kind of family, right? Even if it's a single parent household or whatever, most people are born into family. And I would say family can be a way safer and a way more legitimate way to get the kind of social or the emotional stability that you need to be happy. Because I do think people need other people, and I think the strings that are attached to a relationship, like a sexual intimate relationship, are kind of cringe when we're talking about somebody that should be our emotional anchor, our emotional rock. My emotional rock shouldn't be have so many strings attached, like I can only be the only person that fuck them, they can be the only person that fuck me, and whatever, because like if they still do care about me and want, my emotional well-being to really be there, then but they want to have sex with somebody else, that's kind of like fucked. I would rather somebody that doesn't have any strings attached where they can fuck whoever the hell they want, like a family member. They can fuck whoever the hell they want and still care about me and emotionally support me. That's way more based, in my opinion. than finding that shit. That's a me though.
I think they'll call men incels to say you just need to get laid, because we understand that that's what makes us happy, is the opposite gender. If I say a man should present himself like a gentleman so that he can get a woman, women make men happy, you need a good woman in your life, nobody says that's misandrous. Nobody says that's sexist. If I say the same statement, men need a good woman, men need to be with a good woman, nobody is ever going to call that sexist. That's a double standard. And see, this is proof of the independence thing. When you talk about interpersonal relationships and how women need there's more to a woman's life and everything, it's independent from a man. A man's independence is just providing for himself, gaining some respect. Feminism has taught a lot of young girls to just run around, be wild, and be, I'm a free woman, I'm independent. Independent of who? You're independent from a man. So it's not actually trying to do something with yourself. You are just trying to get the same amount of power that a man has by ego tripping. You don't really want to go and accomplish the same things that men want to accomplish. You just want to say, I'm an independent woman of a man.
I actually think this is a I'd say this is a legitimately really good point by Sneeko for how people do this, for how people materially do this. I agree. I think a lot of women will hear shit from feminism and think it is empowering to do things independently of men and that's it. And then they realize real quick, that's not empowering at all, right? It's empowering for a minute, right? Grass is always greener. And then it's like, oh, fuck, this isn't like the end game. I have to figure out how to be happy on my own. But it's sold to them that happiness is to be independent of men, is to be able to financially provide for yourself, to not need a man. That is what it means to be a girl boss, a boss bitch, right? That's the end game. It's not. It's not. The end game is to be able to be happy. And as a man who can provide for himself, I can tell you, just providing for yourself is not what will make you happy. This is where it comes back, I believe, to the family and the connection and shit like that. So when the brother Sneeko was talking about relationships, I think a lot of people use relationships in a similar way, that kind of emotional connection, the emotional stability, the consistency of somebody caring about you, but also caring enough about you to actually criticize you, because fuck that yes man shit. That is, I think, the bedrock of happiness, personally. That's the way I see it. That's the bedrock of happiness. That's why I've been happy for the last 10, 11 years of my life, is because I established a really good relationship with my brother where I have phenomenal emotional stability. And yeah, at the end of the day, I'm happy every day of my life because I have a good best friend, no strings attached there. You know, we have great conversations, in-depth conversations about things. I have good friends outside of, my brother, and, I have a job that I like, shit like that, but whatever. And so I can understand why Sneeko would say relationships, because not everybody can rely on family for that. And I can agree with all that, but I can also disagree with the idea that women's priority should be attracting and keeping around a good man. I can disagree with that. But he did say that men's goals should be something similar for women. So maybe it's both sides.
I think you're kind of
Volume's a little low.
misunderstanding the point of this new age of feminism, because it's not necessarily
Wait, on me? Volume's a little bit low on me? What, like I'm standing back like this or something?
That we're trying to stop women from being, dependent on their partner.
It's also widely pushed that not finding that happiness is also because of patriarchy. That is true, looking for myself. The reason why women can't find happiness is because of patriarchy and shit. I think that there is, I think Sneeko did really do well with that point of saying that a lot of women interact with feminism in a way that's pretty much like, if you live life independently of a man, that is what happiness means. It's not. Living life independently of a man could be one of the first steps that they take towards happiness. And then once they have that independence, they need to utilize that independence to find, whatever it is that'll make them happy.
Financially spiritually, emotionally, whatever it is, right? And I don't disagree with you, but I don't necessarily think that. Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you think that men should also live their life objectively to find a mate?
Yeah.
Yep.
The goal is to be happy, and that's one of the main components to being happy as a man, is having women.
Having women or having one woman?
Well, men want plenty of women. You want to attract, the more women that you can attract, the better a woman is going to act around you. If I can have 10 women attracted to me, then the one that really wants to be with me was really going to act right. But essentially, yeah, one. That's, I'm answering a different question. But yes,
true.
That's one of the main objectives to be happy.
I don't know.
Is to be the man that is respected, that a woman is attracted to.
Jesus Christ! Somebody just put the N-word in
so
his
now
chat.
So when we move on to the, I'm glad you answered that just for clarification. But when you move on to the point of like feminism,
whoa, though. Okay. So does she still agree that he's a misogynist then? Because I believe this changes the facts of the matter. Because he doesn't view women as unique in this situation. You could say it's misogynist because it's not as favorable towards women in this transaction. But yeah, I don't know.
Teaching girls to like run wild and run free and all that stuff. Not necessarily.
I'm not
right. We're kind of trying to condition young girls into understanding that sometimes relying on a man, and I would argue to say more often.
Here's the problem. All of the things she's about to say, because I'm interrupting her, because she's going full, Jesus Christ, man. I'm going to move my camera. Holy shit. Everything that she's saying, bro, my camera can't be big enough. Jesus. Everything that she's saying applies to the men as well. So she's like, it's all about teaching women that they, in order to be happy, they can be happy independent of a man. Okay? But that's not misogyny. I guess you could say he's misogynistic and misandrous, because he says the same thing about men. So if you believe the reason why he's misogynistic is because he is saying a woman needs a man to be happy, he's also saying a man needs a woman to be happy. So he's also a misandrist? This is ridiculous. He just has a different standard for people. Right? The whole point of being of what a misogynist means is that he's uniquely prejudiced against women. If he's prejudiced against people, you could say he's what is the term? A misanthropic, but you can't say that he's misogynistic. It's not. It's just not there. He's not uniquely prejudiced against women. He just thinks that people need other people or need partners.
Not relying on a man for your financial, emotional, everything needs. You might get disappointed when one man cannot provide you the emotional support that you need, the financial support that you need, the emotional, the psychological, the spiritual support that you need. It is kind of unrealistic to expect one human being to provide you with all of these things when you can have your own base of emotional and financial security. That way, when you come and allow a man into your life, then it is more on an equal playing field.
And my argument is that this is feminist. It's the fault of feminism that this problem is happening. Now there are so many women who are starting to earn more than men. You hear me? There's so many women who are out earning men. And the problem with women is that they are so egotistical, they don't know how to date down. So they don't know how to be with a man who earns less than them. They don't want it. They always want to go up. And at the same time, they want to be monogamous to a man who's a high earner. But that guy, he's got to that point. He doesn't want to be monogamous to some random girl who's making all these demands. The reason that there's all these, there's this problem in relationships and that a man can't provide everything that a woman needs is because of feminism, is because we told women that they need to go out and do their own thing and they need to be independent and you need to start voting and the kitchen is oppressive and you need to be outside and you need to take off your head cover. And that being a virgin is you need to explore your options. This is the reason that this problem exists.
Okay. Do you think that most men want to date women who make more than them?
Of course not.
So it's actually a problem on both sides then, right? So women don't want to date men who make.
Every bit of evidence I've seen, she's right, but every bit of evidence I've seen that, granted I cannot cite at this moment, shows that it is way more important than women. It's not even close. It's way more important than women. Because when you track, isn't it interesting how this works? When you track the importance of social status and money to men in a positive or negative direction, it correlates very low with their rates of entering a relationship. They care, but they don't care at all. And so women will love to talk about that. Men will love to talk about that, where they're like, yeah, men really only care about looks. And it's kind of supported by the data. Men really only care about looks when initiating relationships. So they care about looks only. So then what happens when we're talking about this, right? Now we're acting like men's caring for the social status matters a lot. They care, but they don't care that much, right? So, and it's not nearly at the same rates. Women are straight up not dating men. Look at these things. They're calling them ineligible. These are ineligible men. We are ineligible for making 30, 40, 50K a year. We're ineligible for making that much money because we make too little. It's a completely different field. I don't believe the solution is what Sneeko is talking about. I don't believe the solution is to not encourage women into the workforce, which is insane, by the way. Can we talk about one thing? Even if every human on Earth agreed with Sneeko's prescription that women should leave the workforce, it really doesn't matter because the fucking economy would get fucking evaporated by losing 50% of the workforce. The prices for goods would skyrocket. The jobs, like most businesses, would start fucking closing down. You can't just eliminate 50% of the workforce. You can't do that. You cannot do that. It's not possible. I promise you it's not possible. Do you want your cars to go from being like $10,000 to $20,000 to like $50,000? It's not just going to double. It's going to increase by more than that because a marginal decrease of a supply chain results in dramatic cost reductions and efficiency problems. So you're going to have a dramatic increase in the price of goods from all these places. Oh my God, it's terrible. It's terrible. That idea. But even beyond that, I think Sneeko's addressing of the problem is correct. The problem is correct. Women do not know how to handle having more money. They don't. They don't know how to navigate the dating space when they have more money because there is quite a bit of entitlement in regards to that. They feel entitled to having a man that makes more money than them. And when they're now the ones who are starting to earn more money, who young women are like this close to out earning young men on all fronts, they're already out earning them in like major liberal cities, right? Then, I mean, game over. Like you're just not going to make the cut. And as we've seen, throughout even men's behavior, let's talk about it, men's behavior in regards to their social behavior not accumulating or not catching up with the economic behavior, it's going to take a long time. Let's talk about what exactly I'm saying. Men and women earn, like I said, roughly pretty similar amounts of money, but women are doing more of the household duties. They're washing the dishes, they're cleaning the clothes, they're vacuuming, doing all that stuff. They're doing a disproportionate amount of house chores, meaning that, women's household obligations and their social pressure to do those household obligations, both from themselves, their families, and their partners, men are not keeping up with the economic demand. There is no reason why an equal economic partner should be doing more house chores outside of maybe disability or something like that, right? Not really. You should probably be doing equal house chores, but that isn't the case. The social never can keep up with the economic because as much as we want to cope and say that we can change or say that we are different, we're not. We're very slow to progress socially. We're very slow. We love theory crafting ideas, but ass don't meet grass, right? You love saying, yeah, I love a girl who's completely independent and doesn't have to do these things. But at the end of the day, you kind of like it when she does the dishes. You kind of like it when she does the laundry because that's not really what you want to do. That's not really what you see yourself doing. You don't really feel like doing that. You might do X, Y, Z, different chore or whatever, but you don't really want to do those things. And then boom, you end up your girlfriend's doing more chores than you. Same thing is going to happen. Same thing's going to happen for women. Women are going to out-earn men for a long time and expect you and I to make more money than them. And they're not going to date us as a result. Or if they do date us, they're going to look down on the fact that we earn less money. They're probably going to do that thing where they're looking for a man with drive, meaning, okay, I'll date you at this point, but you better start trying to work your way up the ladder. And they're going to put pressure on you to start climbing the corporate ladder. And that's going to take time to get out of. That's going to take time for women to adapt out of that social circumstance. But I have hope for it to happen. Probably in like 150 years, you're going to be long dead, and probably your kids are going to be dead. But hey, that's life, nigga.
Less than them because they are seen as inferior just based off
but
the
it's not the normies' fault. See, it goes bigger than just men and women. There's a reason that feminism was pushed so hard in the West, and it was because to keep ultimate control and to make more money off us so that we have to work harder, spend more money. Women are the ultimate consumers. You're materialistic. You want to get Birkin bags. You want to get all this bullshit. We have to spend more money on you. You're going to go vote. You're going to be higher earners. They're going to pay more tax dollars if women aren't in the kitchen, if women aren't raising the kids, then they are out making money. And now they owe more tax dollars to the government. The idea of feminism was propagated so that they can make more money off of us and they can manipulate and control us even more. It's not the fault of men or women. It's the people in charge behind the scenes who are playing little games. Ooh, imagine if I gave feminism to all the normies. And it worked.
My dad keeps calling me and like, I can't like, on my, but.
You're hanging up on your dad to talk to me?
Huh?
You're hanging up on your dad to talk to me?
I mean, I call him every day. So
this is modern day feminism.
Okay.
What if your dad's in dire trouble and you're in here? All right, go ahead.
My dad lives in another state, so there's really nothing I could do anyway. But regardless of that, okay, so I do agree with you on a certain level that there is a larger power structure that pits women against men. I agree with you. However, the reason is kind of like, I don't agree with the reason, right? So in terms of like, I want to say second wave feminism, when women did have more money to spend and things like that, things and products were marketed more towards women. This is like, and that's where I say like, it's a bigger, larger structure because we don't control mass media marketing, you and me, it's corporations that do that, the elites. So because things were marketed more towards women, telling us that, oh, buy this razor. By the way, did you know that shaving was not like shaving down there was not really a thing until Gillette made it a thing with marketing, like mass marketing?
Right. Birth control, all this stuff. Abortion, all this stuff.
Part of that is because you really just couldn't. You couldn't really shave effectively down there. It wasn't really a thing. I'm not sure if I agree with the idea that Gillette did it, but let's assume that's the case. It's because that shit was super dangerous. Without like proper like razors, proper you can still fuck your shit up bad right now without proper razors.
It was sold. All these ideas were sold to us to make us. Are you on birth control?
No.
Okay.
But that's just personally, my body just rejected so many different kinds. But
good. See, you're not completely gone. You're a little bit brainwashed, calling me a misogynist by not really knowing why. Or at least you're not taking birth control.
I don't. Here's the thing, like. I don't think that this is
why does he think he shouldn't take birth control?
It's a you problem. Like, I don't think that this is like you're the only. Daddy, stop! I don't think that you're the only misogynist like out there, and don't take offense when I say it. Inherently,
of course, like, I'm going to take offense when you call me. If I just said racist, if I call it, it's the same thing. You're saying that I hate women. That's what a misogynist is. If you're going to go out here and say that I hate women, I'm not just going to be like, oh, that's fine. I can let you say these words. That's a serious allegation that people put out there. And that, no, don't hold on. That's a big reason that I was canceled. People thought that I was canceled for this really surface level stuff about misogyny. When I was canceled, I was deleted off all these platforms for COVID misinformation, election misinformation. So when you throw out these allegations without anything to back it up, you are pushing this cancel culture and we are shoving down the truth. We're going to keep on believing the bullshit that the elites want us to believe.
I'm backing it up right now. I don't think that it's specific to you. I don't think that you are the only person with this ideology out there. I think that inherently we do live.
But you're still saying that about me.
Huh?
Jesus.
You're just the person with a really large platform. Like, you're just the one with a really large platform. That's why And a lot of people on the internet kind of look at you because you kind
Do
of
you think men and women are equal?
I think that they're equal, but I think that they're different.
That makes no sense.
Separate but equal.
No, equal and different means that it's different. They can't be two things at the same time. Those are opposites.
I think that men and women are equal. I think that we are different.
What
but
are we
I think,
equal? What makes us equal?
What?
In terms of like emotionally,
You think I'm as emotional as you?
I think we're Nico. I've seen some of your videos. You can get emotional.
Yeah, on camera to make money and entertain people. You get emotional all day and cry and sit there with the lights off and the shade off, and then you post in your story. Nobody text me. I'm fine. Your emotion is different. I know how to channel that and to use it for. You have done that. You also, it's built into your body to be emotional. You have a hormone cycle. You bleed once a month. You are inherently different. Your emotional cycle is tied in to your period. Is tied into how. Oh, man, she's talking to someone.
She's done? Okay, tell her I'll be there in an hour. Sorry. That's wrong.
What's wrong?
That's wrong. So men go through a 24-hour hormone cycle, women go through a 28-day cycle. Like, we both have different
Men don't have a hormone cycle.
They do. But
we don't have a menstrual cycle.
that's true.
No, you're right.
The bottom line is, are you genuinely going to sit here and say...
Listen, I don't know if the hormone cycle is as deep as like women's, but just, I have no idea, but I'm going to say that women's like hormone cycle of like period shit, you know what's happening. You can see it from a mile away. Okay? It's obvious when these like ebbs and flows are happening. It does feel like men are at a baseline more often. And I don't think that's wrong or bad or whatever, as long as you know how to handle it. Most women, most adults fucking know how to handle their emotions, in at least in regards to their hormone cycles. Like, a lot of women know how to deal with it. I don't know. I don't think Sneeko is right, I believe, in saying that women are more emotional in regards to those cycles, but that doesn't mean that it's like bad. It's just, I don't know. So like, that's the separate but equal. Incredible framing by the chick at the top. That's the separate but equal framing there. It's like, yeah, they could have like those emotional cycles, but if they know how to handle it, they know how to handle it. Episode 5, simple. I miss the old Sneeko doing street interviews. You and me both.
That men are as emotional as women?
Emotional in different ways. Yeah, I've seen
in different ways. That's okay. So, but you have to admit, there's either more emotional or less emotional. Who's more emotional, women or men?
I think they're equally emotional.
I'm not sure I agree with that. Just by the very nature of social pressure. I am socially pressured every day to be stoic, to be neutral, to be calm, to be collected, to be cool in every single circumstance that can possibly exist, including people fucking shooting guns at me. All right? I'm encouraged to be, like, to not have emotion. That is what men are socially conditioned to. I don't have emotion. I need to be stoic and to be, the only emotion I'm like allowed to have is like anger. That's really it. Maybe disappointment as well, but like that's all. Whereas like women are in many ways encouraged to have emotion. So just by the very nature of the social pressures that exist, I think we'd have to admit that there's probably more emotion. I'm not even gonna put up emotion that women go through, but that doesn't mean that. Again, going through emotion isn't bad. It's how you deal with that emotion that might be bad or good.
Okay. Do you think that women are as strong as men?
No. Physically, like in terms of physical strength, no. That's
if we're going to be fair, the emotions are still there. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying is, and I'm assuming what they would say is that it's acting on those emotions, right? Yeah, beating wives without anger ain't hitting the same. Nice meme. But we both have them. Women are allowed to show it more. Right. That's what the conversation is about, is the manifestation of those emotions, right? Maybe I'm putting the cart before the horse, but I imagine that Sneeko would say that when women are more emotional, it's because of the things that they do when they're emotional, and not just by the very nature of it, right? Emotion is a good Carly Rae Jepsen album. Just look at the big 5 personality metrics if you want an objective base. Women are higher in neuroticism, sensitivity to negative emotion. Okay.
Do you think that women are as capable as leading as men?
1 second. It's gonna take me about 45 minutes to get there, but I have to get.
I'm done. I'm just gonna.
All right. Well, it is what it is. He left. He literally rage quit.
It straight away. You need to. And this is what I'm an advocate for. Because if you come on a platform and you say, oh, my man did this to me, my boss did this to me, and you tell me, and I say to you, so what did you do about
Somebody link me the Mrgirl CounterPoints interview.
There's something your parents.
He said nothing. I'm sorry, I just can't take everyone that says that the truth. I'm sorry, I can't do that.
But can we just say very quickly,
Why?
I think we really should add that some women are so traumatized by what they have experienced, they find it difficult to come forward.
Have you experienced pearly things, or you? Have you experienced it?
I mean, the definition for essay is so broad nowadays.
What is the definition?
I don't even know. They change it every year, like
and it's
legally.
Also
but arguably, I could argue that I have.
And did you report every experience of essay?
Yes.
Every single experience.
I have. It doesn't happen to me that many times.
Can we say you were so brave then for having the courage to do that?
I already watched the original video.
No, and I'm saying argue, and it's arguably, because it's like nowadays you can report someone grabbing your butt at a bar.
But if that's not warranted or that's not invited,
but some people don't think that's like a higher enough,
doesn't
report.
matter.
No, I don't
and at the end of the day,
that's what I say. It's so broad, but I'm saying like if you're,
I think you should be able to report somebody grabbing you on the butt at the bar, but I also think that shouldn't be a super wrong or super bad offense, and the reason why is because it's impossible to prove. I'm going to change my camera. But, yeah, I think there's probably, you would get a lot of reports of people having their ass grabbed at a bar, but in reality, somebody was just brushing past. And so it's really not that big of a deal. So, like, I don't think people should be fucking gulagged because they grab somebody's ass at a bar, because it's just not something you can prove really easily. But I think it's something you should be able to get on report if that's something you want, just in case there was a serial ass grabber at the bar.
To me, okay, it doesn't make sense to me if you can come on a podcast and talk about something, but you can't talk about it to the police.
Exactly. I was going to say that.
So I understand that some people, like, okay, they might not want to talk about it publicly, or they might, like, if they're afraid, then they wouldn't go to my podcast and they wouldn't go to the police either. But
so
I still think it's selfish. No. I think if you
so you're telling me I'm selfish for being a 17-year-old girl who lives in a hostel. You don't know what I've experienced previous to that, for not reporting my boss, who's probably about 40 years old. And excuse me, let me land. Don't interrupt me.
No, I'm saying,
I'm not asking you. I was asking pearly things, right?
Yes.
I'm asking you if you think I'm selfish. I'm a child at this point. Yeah, I've been sexually.
Do they know they did it intentionally?
Harassed. Yeah,
yeah, all of them things.
Like I said. Oh, what, the cops? No, they did it intentionally. Yeah, then they should get punished for that. I don't think you should get prison time for it, and you should probably get a fine first, and then if you have established pattern of behavior, then it is what it is. I don't think you should go to prison for grabbing somebody's ass at a bar. I do not think these are the people that need to be in orange jumpsuits. Okay? No.
You know, you can say, you can't tell me nothing. Whatever your opinion is, that's your business, yeah? Because I know my situation, yeah, and what I have walked through in that situation. Right now, I'm 33 years old, yeah? So it's different now. Of course, I can sit down. I work in the community, but at that age, yeah, that young age, I am a child. I can't even open a bank account on my own, yeah? And you're telling me I am selfish.
At 17 you can.
Selfish. I am
17 you can have a bank account.
Well, whatever you can't do,
you can do a lot of
legally
17.
under 18.
Nigga, this ain't the plot. This ain't the fight you want to fight, bro. He's like, look, dude, you could do a lot at 17. So if you were sexually assaulted, it's not that big of a deal. This is not your fight, homie. You need to pick some better ones, bro. Holy shit, bro. Maybe reevaluate some of that. That was dial it back, man.
And
at 17, you don't know you can open a bank.
You're trying to make jokes, and you're trying to interject, and you're trying to diverge from something that is very, very important.
Okay,
and a lot of young women have experienced.
Okay.
Have you gone through SA?
Wait, Pearl,
No. Okay, you asked me the question first.
Go on, let it happen.
Genuinely, on God, it would not surprise me if most men, every man I know has been sexually assaulted. Personally, every man I know. We just don't care. Like, it's not something that really negatively impacts us in such a way that, like, it really matters. Now, I'm not saying we as in men. I'm saying we as in the men I know. But yeah, every single man I know personally has been sexually assaulted. It's just we just don't care. Just some chick walked by, fucking slapped the cock or whatever, thought it was funny. It's like, oh, cool. If you were a man, you go to prison. It's like, all right, and you just move on with your day.
I did go on a
men or by women? By women. Well, by both. But
I know.
I felt
okay.
Sorry,
okay. Do I think that's selfish? Yes.
Yeah.
I think because then other girls have to deal with it. Like, I just think if something happened to me that was so traumatizing...
I've had my dick randomly groped like 30 times. Have you reported any of it, Doobie? Nope. I guarantee it's 100%, it's less than 2. I can almost guarantee it's 0. Like, it's just how it works. It's just different shit. And I'm not trying to say that it's 1-to-1. Obviously, a woman being sexually assaulted is probably going to have a little bit more... probably be a little bit scarier because they tend to be more physically dominant, or physically dominant than men or whatever. But yeah, nope. I take it as a compliment. My nigga.
I wouldn't want other girls to go through that.
You like basically, I can't judge other people. You can say what you want and feel what you want. Yeah,
right. But what I'm saying is there is literally billions of instances of men getting sexually assaulted that nobody knows about. Billions. And there's probably per fucking year that is true, right? I've literally been sexually assaulted this year, right? Like, I just don't care. I don't fucking care. It's not that big of a deal. It's not that deep, right? Because I'm not fucking traumatized or whatever by it. But part of the reason why some people might be is because, like, I don't know, if you're a man, maybe you felt like it was very personal. Maybe you felt very afraid for your physical well-being. If you're a woman, probably have a higher chance of being afraid of your physical well-being. Maybe you felt like it was very personal, it was very intimate or something. Maybe you felt trapped or whatever, but yeah.
Your opinion, and that doesn't mean that much to me because you don't know what people go through. What your capacity is at 17, I don't know if you went through your experiences at that age, and if you was living in a hostel at that age, and if you had gone through...
Really some money. Run it at 1.5, my good man. Double it if you want the pain to stop. Love you, crazy motherfucker. Hey, listen. Thank you, Ruhans. Thank you. Tenor.
What I had gone through at that age, yeah? We're different people. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Yeah, I know.
Sure?
I know we're different people.
We're different people. So that's what I'm saying. You might have the capacity. You might have the support. You might be living at home. You might have your mum to rub your back at the police station. I wasn't in that situation. So there are many people that are experiencing things, and I haven't got no judgment for you. Do what you can do. Because why is it up to the victims to find and lick down, as a child, to build up a case against these people? When you have the capacity, yes. I encourage, I support, but find an organisation. If you don't think you can do it on your own, if you are unsure, get the support that you need. The main thing is that you have got support to get through the trauma of, yes, you get your bum grabbed at a nightclub, but there's varying different traumas.
There's an organisation, it's called the police. So listen to this, I've just listened to you. Sorry, can I talk? Because I just listened to you.
I have scars on me from the police. Why am I going to go to them when I'm being...
So what you're doing now is, we've let you speak, we've let you tell your story, we've let you tell your passion, but I'm sorry, but the world doesn't owe any one of us understanding. Lots of people are going through lots of things. End of the day, it's very selfish for you to be assaulted by a man, or whatever you said, and he's 40 years, harassed, or whatever it is, but it's made you feel this strongly about it. It's gone into your life, and it's obviously followed you. You have let this man go into the world and possibly do it to many other women before. This is like knowing a man is actually like for example, if someone touched kids, and you knew they did that, and you never...
I was a kid.
No, wait, no, you wasn't, you're 17. Let's not do this. Please stop doing... Listen.
Technically.
Okay, so if you're gonna...
I forgot. Isn't the age of consent 16 in the UK? I was like, why are they talking about her not being a kid at 17? Is it because it's like, 17 and 364 days and, whatever? The age of consent is 16 in the UK, isn't it? So it wouldn't be statutory rape. It would just be, maybe just be sexual assault. It wouldn't be sexual assault of a kid, right? That's true. I had a male friend tell me a girl had sex with him while he was drunk. He said he would have never done it while sober. He was on a bed drunk. He got his D out and jumped on it. Oh, happens. My recommendation to any dudes, start reporting this shit if that's something you want to do. But, yeah, there's a lot of dudes that just aren't going to do. I've wanted to start reporting it just on principle, so that way we can start getting stats out, because I'm tired of all of the stats that people reference that show that men don't get sexually assaulted like at all. And I know for a fact there's hundreds of instances. Of the 12 people I know, there are hundreds of instances between them alone. Like, it makes me want to go fuck you. We're going to run this bitch up and we're going to show you how much it happens. And so, yeah, I'm kind of that, but I'm also like, damn, man, that sounds like a lot of work. And I really don't care. So, yeah. Ruhan's, another 5. 1.5, good man, not 2.5. Haha. Also like the video chat of the kneecaps. It is 1.5 right now. But it's at.
Keep doing this, then we're not going to be able to get off. Because basically, you said to me, at 17, you can open a bank account. You can open a bank account at 11 years old. What tends to happen is a lot of people come over here and they're trying to act like, when I wasn't an adult. At 17, you knew right from wrong. End of the day, if you had any family, any people around you, if you didn't, cool, use a scenario, I understand that. But you have the police there. You cannot come into a platform and be this fluid and be this articulate and challenge Pearl and say to myself, oh, you know what, I couldn't go to the police. There's nobody around. The police is there. Then you say to me, okay, I got attacked by the police. Okay, so you don't have, or whatever it is you say.
Scars on me.
Okay, cool.
So why am I going to go to the police?
Okay, so now.
Who at 15 have assaulted me.
Okay, cool. So now we can't go to the police, right?
So who do we go to?
I'm just discovering.
Who do we report it to?
I'm just discovering.
My manager. Who do we report?
You're telling me you can't go to the police. Most people can go to the police, but you're saying to me, so I have to take this on board. Do you have?
Would you like to see the scars?
See what you're doing is, yeah.
Because he said he don't believe. No, I haven't reported. You get what I'm saying? What you're saying is very.
No, hold on a second.
Alex, come in. No.
Because what you're not letting me finish. You're not letting me finish. And the reason you're not letting me finish is because the moment I do, you don't have nothing to push back on. You just really.
Talk, big man. Talk. Let me hear what you're saying.
Can I present something a second? 1 second.
Guys. Let him finish.
Because the thing is, yeah, we're not going to be able to have a conversation if you keep doing this, because you keep getting triggered. Why are you getting so triggered?
Like that.
No, if this is trauma, let's not talk about it, because you're getting very triggered by it and you don't have to speak about it. If this is causing you trauma, because we can't even have a conversation. In order for me to have a conversation, we're going to have to ask you some questions. We're going to have to diverge. And every time I do, you get triggered and interrupt me. So I don't want to do it if we can't do it, Paul. There's no point.
Say what you have to say. You said you're going to land. Is that what you have to say? Is that what you have to say?
Alex, take it.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Let me present something to you, Steph, yeah?
Yes, Alex.
For the rest of us to just listen to. So, Steph, let's say you were looking right now at a 17-year-old girl who has just experienced, you're a fly on the wall, you see a 17-year-old girl who's just experienced what you went through with the police, with those situations. Right now, sitting here now, what do you think are the steps that 17-year-old girl should take?
I'd like to hear from the rest of the panel. I've heard from two men.
No, don't do that. I'm asking.
Hey, he's asking you a question.
Yeah, I'm asking you directly.
My advice and my concern is for her mental health and that she is supported. So my priority over speaking to the police, which I think is the best course of action if she feels able to do so, is to make sure that somebody she trusts, whether it's a member of her family, whether it's a friend, whoever, is aware of her.
As much as this chick is probably doing this rhetorically just about the worst she could possibly do it, I think she's right. I think she's right. Well, all the way up until her being a 30-year-old woman and then justifying not going to the police because she has scars from the police. That I don't care. Okay? You're a 30-year-old woman. I don't care if the police have treated you poorly in the past. That is not an argument for you to just not expose a sexual assaulter on its own. No. If you want to say you're afraid the police won't be effective, that's fine. But if the police have treated you poorly in the past, that's not an argument to just not use the police. There is no evidence that you have that every single police officer in the world will apparently beat you because of that. That's just ridiculous. It's like somebody saying, yeah, I would go out and I would seek social services for my kid and help my kid out with the financial care and be able to help get them the food that they need, like food stamps and shit. But social workers in the past haven't been effective for me. I don't care. I do not give a fuck. Go find another one, right? If that's what's blocking you, go find another one. But I'm assuming that her point would be that she's afraid the cops would not be effective. I don't agree with the other people on the thing that, like, if you really care about sexual assault, you have to report it to a cop. I think that's stupid. I think you could talk about it. I think you could talk about it with a lot of passion on a podcast or whatever. But just to say certain police officers have treated me poorly, like 10 years ago, that means that I can't report this crime now. It's just no. If her concern was the crime is so old that I don't think it would be effective to report it, it's like, okay, that's something I could understand a little bit more.
Situation, because if she's feeling low, if you know what I mean, that's my concern. You don't my general concern.
You don't explain what she's right about. If she's at 17 not reported, yeah, if you're 17 or whatever, if you're at any age and you don't feel like you can emotionally handle going to the cops and being interrogated by stuff, you can do that. Is it true that, like, for instance, her boss in this instance might go on to sexually assault other people? Yeah, but that's not your fault. Technically, could you stop that? Yeah. Technically, the cops could stop it too if they did investigating or whatever. Right? Technically, a million people could stop it, right? But that doesn't mean that, and do you have a tangible ability to? Sure. But that doesn't mean it's your moral responsibility to stop it. It'd be phenomenal of you. You should stop it if you can, but if you don't feel like you can handle the pressures of being under police interrogation, maybe you don't feel safe coming forward, you don't have the resources, then at the end of the day, that's it. There's not really anything you can do. You should try your best to do it. That's what she said. It'd be great for you to do it. You should try your best, but if you can't handle it, you can't handle it. Right? You shouldn't be forced to do it, otherwise you can't talk about it. It's like, oh, okay, wait, you were 17, you didn't come forward about it? Then shut the fuck up. No, that's not how it should work. So I think she's right. Thanks, tomfoolery. I appreciate it. Have you ever seen the video of a Canadian cop interrogating a teenage rape victim? It's brutal. Yeah. That shit can be pretty traumatic for some people. And especially also if you take into consideration, she's a child, right? And so she probably doesn't have a really good grasp of how these situations work in the first place, right? What's going to happen? I don't know. How is this going to go down? I don't understand what's going to happen. So he doesn't even if they were like of sound mind and knew what they would get themselves into, that's not even the case. But if they were, then it would be potentially pretty scary, because it is kind of a scary experience to be interrogated under these circumstances. But they don't even have that. So they're like running with worst case scenarios, and they're young. They're literally a kid. They don't really know what's going on. So I don't put that expectation on them. We're moving on.
The number one concern would be to stop it from happening again, because it happened to her. So now it could happen to 10 girls, or it could happen to one girl.
I think it's a point of view situation that
Definitely.
we're
Say, like,
it's someone coming from trauma and someone coming from stoicism. So it's two completely different point of views that don't interject. So I get what you're saying in the sense that, say it with your chest, right? Those things happened to you. They were awful. I'm very sorry, but your statistic is you're coming at her with maths. Your maths is off, right? And she's saying these things happen to me.
Ultimately, you need to be willing to take a stand, right? No, I don't think ultimately you need to be willing to take a stand. It's not your job to prevent crimes from happening in the future that might have happened to you. That's not your job. Is it something that you should do if you can? Absolutely. That should be one of your number one priorities. But it should be like your number two priority. Your number one priority should be making sure that you can go back to living your life normally and you don't fucking ruin your life trying to, file a police report and investigation about this and shit. So I think that because you're like getting actively traumatized with how the investigation goes, because it can be very traumatizing to go through this shit. That should be your number one priority. All right. That's my opinion. I would hope that people would look after their community and shit, but I don't think you are ethically required to do that. I don't view that as an ethical requirement. Now, if you were of sound mind or whatever, and it was just like you were too lazy, then you're a piece of shit. I think you're a piece of shit if you're just being lazy about it. It's like, whatever, right?
To be a complete non.
So can I just stop you for a second? I'll let you go on. You know what it is? I've come on this platform before. I have 3 sisters. I have 4 nieces. Like, I've just been spending the whole day with my niece. You can look at my story playing with them, yeah? I have a very good relationship with my younger sister, and we speak about a lot of things. So if you said if you don't have people around you and you can't go to the police, then I'm more concerned that there's men around here and doing things to women, because I keep hearing this, and this is not how I was raised. So I'm like, what can we do to stop this? And whenever I try to speak about what can we do to stop this, or what can we do to at least bring awareness to it,
what are you talking about, Trib?
it just goes round and round and round.
A suggestion of what people can do to stop this is perhaps, okay, right, something's awful has happened to you. You don't feel like you can say it, right? You don't feel like you have that safe space to say it. So you hold on to it. It becomes an internal trauma. And then when someone mentioned it to you, you fly off the handle. That's how most people handle these situations. But what you're saying is, what can I do?
Oh,
so when
sure,
someone flies
crazy
off the handle,
tactics.
don't come at them with maths. Come at them from, I understand that this reaction comes from a place of fear and anger.
You're asking him to communicate like a woman, he's a man.
No. In fact, I'm asking him to just communicate with me.
No, you're asking him to communicate
well,
like a
then
woman.
you're putting different variances.
Let me. Sorry, 1 second.
Again, we come to the dichotomy of words.
Yeah.
1 second. I think this is interesting. So
it goes back to macho-ness and dominance of men overpowering women.
Toxic masculinity.
You can't
one
speak
sec.
in a very subtle manner, or you can't divert your vocabulary.
Alex, you're gonna jump in after me, but hold on a second. What you're doing is what? See, okay, so you're doing tone police, and we get this every single week. No, because you've literally just done what the girl did the last week, and the girl did the last week. If you go look at my story on TikTok, it's going viral every single time a man speaks. I have a woman.
It's every time a man makes a point. It's every time a man makes a point. Now it's your tone.
I wasn't even trying to.
No, but what I'm trying to. Alex, let me just say, and you can just literally come after me. Paul, will let you go. But the reason I want to speak about this because men we speak direct. We are not women. So we have a different vocal tone. We have a different bass in it, right? When a man articulates himself, when men are direct, what women tend to do is we go around the houses. We've just spent a lot of time going around to get to the bottom of something. I completely understand what you're saying, but when you speak about men's tone, we are not women, and you don't want us to be women.
That's the point that I was making. I thought you didn't understand what I was trying to say.
I don't even understand how this started.
You speak as if you was a female. That's something you can't do.
Okay, cool.
That's part of it. Is the reason of this whole topic, which is men harassment within the workplace, and what we were saying about how men can come across towards women when we are in a situation.
Do you think, Alex, just take this from me?
You can't. What's the word? You can't
be a woman.
Adapt. That's what I'm looking for.
Do you feel I'm not being sensitive to her?
No, it's adaptation. You can't adapt. You're not even choosing to be on a level to be like, let me try and work out. No one's telling you to be a female because physically you can't be.
Yeah.
We understand that, but there's a part of your brain that can click.
So
and try and understand how to come across.
But basically, what you want me to do? No, what you want me to do? What you want me to do?
Neutralize.
No,
I say you should talk in a tone.
No, because basically what you want me to do is you want me to basically tiptoe around this whole. No, because basically all I've done is simply ask her a question. I've listened to what you've said. I've asked you why didn't you report it. You've told me you couldn't go to the police. You've told me you got scars. You've told me all the different things. Yeah, cool. But if there's my concern is that when this happens, women don't, and there's men that's walking around and it's continuing to happen to. So when I say what can we do? Yeah, because with the girl in your situation now, and she hasn't got brothers, she hasn't got family, she's in a hostel as well. Yeah, what does she do? She can't go to the police. What does she do?
Someone just gave you an example of what you can do. Someone just gave you an example as a man what you could do for a woman or a young girl in that situation. Someone else is giving you an example of what you can do. I was asked what I'd advise other young people in this situation to do. So if you ask in a question, feel free to listen to some options. You don't have to take them on as I think these are valid examples.
Listen.
There's even an advert on TV.
How would any man that's targeting teen victims ever get caught then? It's no one's responsibility to report them. If all the teens are traumatized, then the predator can't be stopped. That's not necessarily true. How do you think Epstein got caught? A lot of the child victims of these people, they can grow up or they can have a change of heart over a period of time. The whole argument is supposed to be that if you're not ready to come forward, you don't have to come forward, right? But we would hope that eventually you get into a support system, or maybe you go through enough therapy or enough growing that maybe it puts you in a position where you're more comfortable coming forward. That's it. That's what we have to do. We have to hope. We can't demand that people come forward under these circumstances because it is a rather traumatizing experience. Also, like crazy tactics getting put on the stand in court. That's a crazy thing, man. Having a bunch of people be able to sit there and possibly look at you, giving testimony about how somebody sexually assaulted you as a kid, man. That's pretty. It's that could be a court of your peers. These are some people that might be in your area or whatever. That be very, very humiliating and can make you feel very targeted and shit like that. It's not an easy thing to do.
States exactly this, where it's like a guy's in the park with his friends, whatever, a woman walks past, a guy turns around, starts rubbernecking. Oh yeah, nice one. Rubbernecking is like a saying of like when a guy
What's
breaks
the
his neck.
issue of advocating for victims to come forward even if they're not ready, because it can cause them a lot of emotional distress? The hope would be to try and get a circumstance in which we can have victims be ready to come forward. If they come forward when they're not ready, it can cause them severe emotional distress. Yeah. One of my peers should judge those who haven't liked the video. True. That's what happened in the UK grooming scandal. What exactly happened in the UK grooming scandal? You guys should like the video. Like the damn video, yeah? Come on, like the video. It's a good video. Like the stream because it helps me out. It helps support the channel, helps boost the algo, find new individuals to come to my channel. I actually gave away, well, I haven't given away the codes yet, but I'm going to do it right after we're done with this YouTube stream. I gave away 6 Xbox Game Pass codes, only available in the United States. I gave them away earlier on Twitch, and I'm going to be giving them away tomorrow on YouTube. So if you would like to be able to be a part of that, you don't have to even like the video or subscribe, do any of that weird shit. Just be here tomorrow and then be ready to participate in that giveaway. and we're going to go ahead and give those away. I haven't figured out the medium to easily do that on YouTube because DMing people is kind of weird on YouTube. That's what we're going to do. If you think Xbox Game Pass, I don't have an Xbox, so what use do I have of that? Rejoice, because Xbox Game Pass, weirdly enough, not given the name, is available for PC, and it's very good on PC. I've been using it for the last year. It's a phenomenal product. What is it? It is like Netflix for video games. You have a roster of video games that are available to you at any given time that have great games, including all of the Doom games. Yes, the most recent 2 Doom games, Doom Eternal and Doom 2016, as well as Fallout 1, 2, 3, 4, Tactics, and 76 in New Vegas. All of these games are available, as well as ton of other more modern releases are available on Xbox Game Pass. And I was told also Darktide, Warhammer 40k Darktide, is going to be available day 1 on Xbox Game Pass, which should be in 2 days. It should be available. I don't know if it actually will be. I was told that. So yeah, that's why I'm giving out the Game Passes right now instead of later. So yeah.
That women or just throw things out. He just
throw things?
Yeah, throw things out verbally, like messages, like maybe say,
like a wolf whistle.
Oh, he catcalls.
Yeah,
that's
crazy that Microsoft ain't paying you. Yeah, but I will say Microsoft did give me the codes. Technically, well, yeah, they did. I was at TwitchCon. I walked past the Xbox Game Pass booth. I saw they had 1-month passes. I'm like, I'm a streamer. I love your product. Give me some passes. I'll give them away. And they're like, here you go. They just threw me 12 passes. And so that's what we're here to do, is we're going to give away some passes. Because I believe in their product. I don't give a fuck if I'm getting paid for it or not, because people will enjoy it. And I want people to enjoy playing video games for cheap prices, like $10 a month or $1 a month for your very first month. And of course, if you win a pass for free for 1 month.
Different terminologies, but rubbernecking is a terminology. Obviously, catcalling is another terminology.
What does the catcalling have to do with that?
Catcalling is more a vocalization, whereas the rubbernecking is the turning of the neck.
Yeah, but it was both.
So
that's
it's
my point.
like when they're like, damn.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Wait, is
that bad?
No, I'm giving you. I'm trying to land.
I was asking.
No, it's not necessarily that's a bad or a good thing, but the point I'm trying to make is the advert was stating sexual harassment, and they were saying that basically within that situation. Let me land quickly. The guy turned around and his friend basically was like to him, like, don't do that. Like he stepped in and allowed him to like understand that maybe that woman might feel it's inappropriate. Maybe to his mind, he's just like, oh, what's your number? You look nice. Or them jeans look tight, or whatever.
Do you think that's SA?
To me personally, I've got a bit of a stronger exterior and interior, so those things don't really faze me depending on how I'm approached. So for myself, no. But for another woman, that's...
Just to be clear, it's never SA. Catcalling and rubbernecking is never SA because there's no hands-on thing. If it got hands-on, then it could be SA. But otherwise, it's just sexual harassment. There is no conditional that can be met for like looking at a chick's ass that could be sexual assault. That's not a real thing.
A bit more fragile than me.
Do you think that's confusing for men?
It can be.
Because like the number one, like even with the workplace,
she
As many of you know, I was just
SA.
banned on TikTok, and we are demonetized on a daily basis on this platform. If you want to help, please consider sending a super thanks below. Every donation helps, and it helps make what we do possible.
See. All right. It's time. There are only 2 genders.
But you're a classical liberal in that sense, because even though we disagree, you can sit down, express your point of view, and some people on the left view that in and of itself as adding fuel to the fire.
Yeah.
And I would argue adding fuel to the fire is simply trying to eliminate voices from the conversation. By the way,
that or
whether
just
it's
being completely polarizing and just being like, you suck.
Right, yeah.
Where we at? Where we dropping?
Time for this holiday installment of Change My Mind, where we rationalize our positions on seemingly controversial topics. Now, today's subject is an oldie, but I would argue a goodie, in There Are Only 2 Genders. Now, I should note I first covered this topic on Change My Mind all the way back in 2017, but the discussion around gender in the United States and globally certainly has undergone a major transition, no pun kind of intended. We went from the argument back then of gender being socially constructed and existing outside of a binary to now arguing that there are limitless genders and biological terms for sex being used interchangeably with those of gender.
She is now the first.
Bro, when... I feel like that person was like, hi, because they just thought they were on camera, but they're like on camera so people can like make fun.
Female and openly transgender 4-star officer with the U.S. Public Health Service Commission mentioned core.
A transgender female inmate has been moved to a men's prison after impregnating 2 other biological female inmates.
After studying Leah Thomas's times from male to female, he says statistically, she is an outlier.
So why the drastic change in record time? And how exactly did the students at Texas Women's University rationalize it? Well, meet Gabriella, who may just have provided my favorite conversation in all of Change My Mind history. See if you can find out why.
Steven, nice to meet you.
My name's Gabriella. Nice to meet you.
Gabriella, nice to meet you. Oh, thank you very much. You know what?
Thanks.
That's actually an incredible compliment. And I'll tell you why. Because I didn't realize until very recently that everyone's feet didn't hurt their whole life.
Oh, yeah,
I have extra wide feet.
Mhm.
And then I finally found a company that said, oh yeah, you just have wide feet. You need to buy wide shoes. And these are the only shoes that I have now because they're the ones I can find. So I'm glad that they're okay.
Yes, sir.
So, Gabriella,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you for taking the time sitting down. Sorry, I have a little bit of dry mouth here. I've been talking
okay.
for a while. I don't know how.
Thank you. I have no idea how it got unplugged, but yeah, you're right.
Familiar you are, if at all, with the kind of change my mind concept, but
Yes.
So-
I've seen some of your videos.
okay. So it's an opportunity to sit down and hopefully rationalize our positions on seemingly controversial topics.
Of course.
This is one that to me is interesting because I'm revisiting it. I did it years
Yes.
ago, and back then, flies around. Back then, it's interesting some of the arguments that were presented because we've sort of blown past them today. The idea that sex and gender are different, separate. Well, we kind of don't subscribe to that anymore today. Everyone back then, when I would say, "Hey, I'm concerned about us going on the path here,"
Is that really a thing? Is that still mainstream? I don't think that is. I think most people that support trans people recognize sex and gender separate, right? I don't think that's a thing, right? I think that's like, or sorry, that we recognize that they are separate. Wait, is he? Oh yeah, fuck, I forgot. They think they're the same thing. Why did I just wait? No, wait, what did he just say?
Then it's interesting some of the arguments that were presented because we've sort of blown past them today. The idea that sex and gender are different, separate. Well, we kind of don't subscribe to that anymore today. Everyone back then, when I would say,
Oh, he just confused me. His wording confused me. I had assumed that he considered sex and gender separate, but obviously he doesn't. So I was like, what? I don't know. But I guess there is still some liberal people that think that if you change your gender, that means you change your sex.
"Hey, I'm concerned about us going on the path here and children transitioning," they would say that's absurd. That's a logical fallacy.
Will
And
you
of course,
repeat that again? I'm sorry. I wear hearing aids.
Oh, I apologize. Do you mind moving in and I'll move into you? I just didn't, I didn't want to. As long as you're okay with it, I'll make sure to speak into it. I didn't want to get up in your personal space.
No, it's okay.
But for example, I used to discuss concerns, bring up concerns of children transitioning. Back then, they would say, "Well, that's absurd. That's a logical fallacy." And of course, here we are, where it's law in several states. So that's the reason I thought it would be interesting to revisit it, considering how we've accelerated at light speed. And I still maintain.
I will submit to any conservative how quickly we went from children should be able to transition and saying that that's a straw man, that we want children to transition, to children being able to transition or being encouraged to transition is pretty quick. That is a pretty rapid change that has happened in the last like 3 or 4 years or something. Yeah, we even went from a lot of people saying no matter what, kids can't transition, and I think at least a very popular opinion that most people on the left agree with is if under suicidal terms or like very severe or dire circumstances, then children can transition.
That there are two genders, and if you disagree with me, I'd be more than happy to hear your point of view, and you can try and change my mind.
Okay. So you, and what is your stance on this again?
That there are two genders.
Okay. I personally disagree.
Okay.
And I know many people that, of course, do agree with this. And again, I very much disagree.
Wait, what's a logical fallacy?
Because I view sex and gender as two things. And typically, whenever you hear about biological sex, typically it's male or female.
Right.
Of course, you have people who are intersex and stuff like that. And
It's not a good idea to use sex or is suicide as a bargaining chip. Yeah, under
I do view gender and sex as two different things, and I definitely do view gender as a spectrum.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
On what do you base that? Why do you believe that gender is different from sex? Where did you start believing
The
that?
definition of sex is that it is biological. So that means chromosomes, hormones.
Primary, secondary sexual
yes.
characters. Yeah, sure.
And gender is very much I don't want to say psychological thing, because that's not really correct. But gender is
I know
very
what you mean.
much, yes, it's very much an identity. That's why typically the term gender and gender identity are grouped together.
Sure.
And so that's how I personally see that.
So what's interesting to me, actually, sorry, I'll lean in. What's interesting to me is what you're saying.
I think the person on the right is actually doing a pretty good job so far. Okay.
Is actually what the kinds of arguments that were presented to me
not bad
years ago,
so far.
right? That gender and sex are different. But that's not what's even being taught today. So, for example, you have, this administration, Joe Biden, referring to Rachel Levine not as our first woman 4-star admiral, but first female. And now when you look in government forms, if you're transgender, you will check the female box, depending on the form. So we are using them fundamentally interchangeably. And I would say the reason for that is because it was only up until very recently that sex and gender were used interchangeably. The idea that they are separate is a very modern theory.
That's true.
I would argue it's not rooted in reality.
Okay.
It started with postmodern feminism. Well, it started with French existentialism and then through postmodern feminism. And now we end up at the point where no one can agree on how many genders there are or what we should do with children who are transgender because we've decided to
I'll submit to anybody it's confusing. This shit is confusing. Where it comes from is confusing. Who's making the rules is even more confusing. It just feels like we're just kind of all haphazardly giving away who's making the rules to the people that are the loudest, not even the majority of people who believe in it are making the rules. It's messy. It's absolutely messy. But it's messy like what was it, the fucking Microsoft, or was it the Microsoft thing? The pride flag that looked like a cracked iPhone screen. You know what I'm talking about? It looked fucking insane. If somebody has the link to that one.
An institution, but
yeah, it's a messy thing. So I'll submit to anybody. It's a very difficult thing to not only wrap your head around, but to keep fucking updated with. I can't keep updated with what it looks. Yes, here it is. Here it is. Yes, this is it. Microsoft open source pride flag. That thing. What the fuck is this, bro? What the hell is this? What? Are you joking? Yes, this is real, by the way. This is not a gag. It is. It's like, Jesus, man.
Replaced it with
when
nothing.
A dog eats its own tail.
Mm-hmm. So, okay. Sorry, I'm trying to. It's very hard to hear.
And please let me know if you don't hear. You need me to repeat myself. I understand.
Yes, sir. Would you mind repeating that?
Yeah, I was just saying that. Yes,
I can also turn these up. That might
okay.
be nice.
Do you want to? I just don't know if it's going to interfere with the microphone. So let me know if you need me to repeat.
As long as it doesn't touch my hearing aid.
Okay.
Because if it does, it'll be very loud microphone.
Oh no, and I appreciate you understanding that I need to get close and not being uncomfortable. And I apologize for my breath because I've been talking for 3 hours. So it's probably
I completely understand.
Probably smells like a turtle cage. No, what I was saying is the idea that gender and sex are separate is very new, and it's not used consistently anymore because you now have men and women checking, for example, transgender male to females, checking female boxes, not woman boxes on government forms. You have the former president of the United States, Joe Biden, president of the United States, referring to Rachel Levine as the first female 4-star admiral, right, Secretary of Health. They're using biological terms, and the reason for that is that they've always been interchangeable until very recently. That's a very modern change, and I would argue that that's why they're not even able to be consistent with that. So I don't understand the basis for someone saying that gender is separate from sex if it's not even agreed upon by the left and transgender activists today.
So
why would it need to be? That's the first question. Why would it need to be? Counter versus Mrgirl, please. Also, everyone liked the video, or Relly Stash gets it. True. I'll look it up. I asked for it earlier, and I was just too lazy to get it. Thank you for the $20. You know the rules. I'll look it up. Is this it? 2 weeks ago? It's not it, is it? I thought it was like 5 hours long. I posted it in Discord. Okay, Thomas, let me take a look. Let me get on Discord. Boop. Here it is, 1 day ago.
A contentious but polite conversation with Mrgirl over his falling out with Destiny and his abuse allegations and my perceptions of the space and my perceptions of the abuse and whether or not this is enough ammunition for him to go after his former friend and then, you know, all that kind of stuff. So we'll find out. I'm not going to try to make him like uncomfortable or really dig into a fight for like no fucking reason. But you know, there will probably be some level of pushback, and I'll try to be polite, but also posting or position.
All right, let's watch the Dark Tide gameplay top left. All right, let's get some commentation going.
I'll read it, and then if you don't mind, I'll give my summary.
Yeah.
So let me get.
Hey, Connor.
Here. Oh, yeah, actually, that's great. That would be great. Go ahead, please.
Hey, Connor. As you probably know, I'm coming forward as an emotional abuse victim of Destiny and writing an article about abusive dynamics in this community. Are you interested in doing an interview for the article? You're welcome to record it or to specify that parts of it are off the record, which I guess is not going to be possible right now, but if you have anything to say off the record later, let me know.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and then I think I sent you basically to just summarize it, a response that said that I think that the Twitch and YouTube political space is inherently combative. It's part of what makes this space the space in the first place. And basically Destiny is a talented but stubborn debate personality who admittedly can be an asshole some of the time, but also that's just kind of the way it is, and I don't know if the space can be better. And that was my response. And then just to summarize the drama, just really quickly, my perspective on the issue is that you have always been a relatively controversial and contentious figure who's very interested in exploring ideas that might make other folks uncomfortable. As a result of that, you've been in several controversies, but you know, after falling into your perhaps largest controversy, Destiny and you developed a friendship. He liked your frankness and your earnestness when it came to controversial subjects. You probably liked him because he was one of the few people who was willing to extend you a large degree of charity, at least back then. But then after a series of events in which you and Destiny had frustrating dynamics related to the audiences, you basically started questioning whether or not there was maybe something more toxic at play. And then that led you to conduct this investigation into Destiny in particular, but also the Twitch and YouTube area in general, on whether or not this is like a toxic and abusive space that kind of destroys the people it sucks in.
I was a bit long-winded, my homie.
Feel relatively fair?
No comment.
Damn.
Okay. All right, so that's my perspective. So I mean, if you wanna lead it, or I can lead it. I'll leave it up to you.
Well, either one. I mean, my purpose in the conversation is to interview you for my article. The purpose of the article is largely to advocate for you.
Okay.
So if you have questions for me or there's stuff you want to say first, I'm happy to do that. Or
Yeah,
or I can leave.
then I'll do it just in case we get contentious, like either during the interview or during my series of questions. If it gets uncomfortable for you, let me know. And if it's uncomfortable for you, then we can just move into the questions for the purpose of the interview, and then I'll just answer the questions. But my thing is a lot of these definitions, like abuse, right, are kind of broad, and so I think there can be an abusive element to the space that's relatively inherent. That Destiny is no worse of a perpetrator than the other people who participate in this space. For instance, Prime Kai, good friend, or at least I think of him as a friend. Dylan Burns, I also think of him as a friend. They are both hosts of what is essentially a political debate wrestling match, and they profit off of the pain and cringe and bad takes of the people they bring onto their show. You could call that abusive because after platforming these people, the ringleaders make money and the contestants either make money or catch a destructive amount of shit. But that's also kind of how I feel the space is natural.
Correct.
So do you have any
Based
questions or
opinion.
pushback about like Twitch and YouTube politics kind of being inherently abusive, or at least inherently?
Do you think Destiny's going to get on Rogan sometime soon? He did Lex's show, and I guess he's going on Brian Collin today. I don't know what that Brian Collin is. Mrgirl. All right.
Potentially harmful?
Changing the title.
No. I think that's a fair assessment.
Okay, so I guess my follow-up question would be, do you think that Destiny, insofar as like not the sexual allegations, but insofar as the
Brian is Rogan's friend? Ooh, maybe.
He
is Dan to Joe Rogan? Let's go.
Be participating in an abusive system that over time can destroy some orbiters. Do you think that he has any worse of a culpability for that system than maybe Dylan Burns or Prime Kai, or maybe the smaller creators who try to profit from the system? Do you think he's any worse of a player?
Yes.
Okay. I know that some of this subject might be sensitive, but maybe keeping it general, would you mind explaining why you think he's particularly nefarious or different than the other players in the game?
I think especially since I'm interviewing you about your thoughts about this, it's probably not a good idea for me to try to convince you.
Okay, then how about this? So you don't color the interview, and so I can just share my unvarnished thoughts. I would appreciate it if you answered some of my questions at the end, but how about we just start with the interview? That way it's uncolored by your feedback.
Okay. First question.
Let's go!
Mm-hmm.
You have blocked me on Twitter.
Yeah.
Wait.
Can I ask?
That's not a question. Quest statement!
Ask you
It's not even a quest statement. It's just a statement.
about that.
Yes, please.
Now that's a quest statement.
When did you block me?
Probably after the nuclear stream, I would say. If it wasn't that exact date, it's around then.
Okay. Why did you block me?
So my perception is that you had a negative interaction with Destiny. As a result of that negative interaction, you became, aware from your own perception that, basically Destiny is a particularly abusive or negative person. And you kind of, I think people have used this term, and I'm not trying to improperly load it, but you went on a explorative expedition to find if other people agreed with your assessment. And basically, from my perspective, some of the ways that you're worried about your perception coloring my interview, I felt like the way that you reached out to people could color their answers as well.
Yes, sir, Connor, not missing.
Where you're like, definitively, me, you know, like definitively, I'm an emotional abuse victim of Destiny. As a result, I'm looking for other emotional abuse victims. And then kind of like people might not have thought about a situation in the past like that, but then because of the way a question is colored, they kind of rethink their relationships. That seemed to me not great. Also, even though a lot of time has passed, I did find it shocking that like you and Destiny kind of like took like a borderline like a blood brother oath where you were saying like, hey, a lot of people have fucked you over in the past. I'm not going to fuck you over. You know, basically, you know, you can trust me. Like that was kind of your original messaging. I understand things change over time. But seeing the investigation in light of that original conversation, it rubbed me wrong, to put it tactfully.
Can I ask? Can I ask you to connect that to blocking me? Both of those things.
Yeah. To be honest, I didn't have much of an intention of interacting with you going forward.
The reason why I haven't spoke up about anything is because I agree with literally every single breath of the words that Connor just said.
Feel like you've burned a lot of bridges with people that I respect, whether that's like Kyla or Stardust, who everybody is guilty of random sins to a certain degree. You know, we all have our flaws. But I like and respect these people. So the fact that you've had negative relationships and negative interactions with Destiny, you've had negative interactions with Kyla, you've had negative interactions with Stardust. Eventually, you know, I don't, you know, need to interact with you necessarily in the future. And if you're going to have all these negative interactions with people that I like, then why am I going to continue a relationship, basically?
Okay. I think I have a general sense of what you think about what I've been doing based on what you said.
You can say it, and I can tell you whether or not it's accurate. Or if you have more interview questions, we can go through the interview questions, and then you can tell me if you think it's going to color my perspective.
I have more
so
questions.
let's.
This is really weird. I actually really don't like this. Mrgirl, it seems like in public he not only overtly says, but he's also trying to communicate and actively trying to be careful about coloring people's opinions before the info is out or whatever, before the shit goes. But he is but in private, he just doesn't care, which to me shows that he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing in private, and that's why he's avoiding it in public. Like, it would be far more consistent if he was trying to color, like, CounterPoints' opinion here, or CounterPoints, he's fucking both. If he was like, yeah, Destiny's an abuser, or something like that, it would be more consistent that way. But, like, now I just know he knows what he's doing, and he's just choosing to not do it in public.
Yeah,
I disagree. He's being cautious of his own character and image, something he didn't used to do. What, you think he's learning? He addresses that later? Thank God.
Get through the questions first, and then maybe if you want to take like a bullet note where you're like, hey, this is interesting. I think this is Connor's perspective. If you just want to take that note, we can discuss that after we get through the questions.
It seems like this might be a tactic he's implementing because Destiny has blasted him for coloring people's opinions. Could be. Could be that he's learned. It's very possible. I hope that I do not see a single other message that shows a specific thing.
Have you ever felt or been harassed or dogpiled by Destiny's audience?
Yeah, like, but very, very mildly, which is basically like some people were talking shit on Twitter, but I think that's pretty much par for the course when people believe that you have bad takes. I've had more aggressive interactions with folks from...
I've had more aggressive interactions with my mother.
You know, Vash's community, Demon Mama's community, and like, by the way, like, not trying to dog these people. I understand why they dislike me. But I'm just saying that, like,
amazing strike pattern on that power sword, by the way.
I am an avatar for an ideology that they dislike and a perspective that they dislike. And as a result, if I say something they dislike, especially if I'm combative in the Twitch and YouTube political space, it only makes sense on
Oh, yeah. When did he send that message to the OnlyFans person?
Degree that they would voice that dislike because I'm publicly available.
Okay, so it sounds like you're saying yes, but less so than other communities.
Yes, and maybe to the same degree as other communities. And if you wanted to point out like a variable, because I try to be as smart as I can, the only variable that would be different is size, right? So Demon Mama's community is obviously smaller. Vash's community is probably as large as Destiny's, but I have not upset that community particularly aggressively, so it wasn't like a shitload of people. And then I think I only upset a few people in DGG.
Will Connor challenge Mrgirl on a single point? I mean, Mrgirl hasn't made really a single point.
The experience was comparable.
And you experienced it on Twitter, not on the subreddit, or both?
Largely Twitter. And this was perhaps just to bring this up, a contention that I had with you. The internet is a very large space. If you want to avoid people that you dislike or who dislike you, going into the lion's den to fight them is perhaps not advisable. Because I'm pretty sure if I went into Vasha subreddit or Demon Mama subreddit or trying to think of who else, but Destiny subreddit, and I was fighting every single one of my points, I'm sure I would catch a lot more shit than I did. I had the conversation with Destiny and Destiny alone. I caught a little bit of shit on Twitter, and if they talk shit on me on the Reddit, you know, I wasn't there to observe it, and they're free to have their opinion. As a result, I am less negatively emotionally impacted.
As a result of you not reading the subreddit?
Correct. Yeah, I don't. I don't even think I have a Reddit account at this point. I understand like it's a good community building tool, but I don't use it.
Based.
Okay.
Based.
Can I ask the topic that you like? What happened when you got dogpiled?
So I think for you know, Vosh, Demon Mama, all that kind of stuff, I think it's largely for standing. You know, folks like Lauren Southern, you know, Tim Pool, Nick Fuentes. Not that.
Sorry, I was asking about the time you were dogpiled by. Yeah.
I literally think it was probably 2 or 3 Twitter accounts, and basically I had a contentious conversation with a gentleman by the name of Doobie about like law enforcement and law enforcement violence and all that kind of stuff, and I had made perhaps some aggressive statements about corrections officers and law enforcement officers using maybe what they would perceive to be excessive force, but to me was justified if immoral. And as a result of me describing it, they assumed that I was endorsing it. And so as a result of that, they just thought that I was an evil, abusive person who liked to make criminals suffer in ways that our criminal justice system would not permit.
Can you tell me? Okay, you're talking with Doobie on Destiny's stream.
Yeah, it was a Prime Kai panel. It got super fucking heated. Doobie was being an asshole. Destiny jumps in, and as a result, I catch, you know, the eyes of, you know, 3,000 to 10,000 fucking people. You know, it gets posted to his channel. You know, so that's another 50,000 to 150,000 people. So yeah, a few, you know, maybe a few of those people, maybe a few dozen of those people took issue with what I had to say and reached out to me personally to let me know.
I'm gonna grow my hair out again. I fucking hate having short hair, but braids probably not. No.
Can I ask how that affected you, if at all?
Yeah. So for me, obviously, like, it's not pleasant. You know, I'm not gonna pretend like, ooh, yeah, you know, rent free. They're they're thinking about me. Therefore, I'm winning. Like obviously not. It sucks to know that other human beings think that you're a fucking shitbag. But on the whole, I did kind of decide before I got into the political space that this was a price.
Dude, get in the fucking ship. Get in the ship. What are you doing?
Present my ideas. And my
Damn, that was
ideology
cringe,
publicly,
bro.
And to perhaps have people view my ideas and ideology negatively. And I think it's worth it for the forwarding of discourse in our country. So it's kind of the price that I'm willing to pay.
Twists.
Okay, so it sucks, but you think it's worth it.
Yeah, exactly.
Nah.
Do you have a personal rapport or relationship with Steven?
Relatively speaking, I do think we've had. Oh, sorry. Can you still hear me?
Jesus, he got dead.
Okay. Yeah, so I've DM'd him. I'm a little bit parasocial towards him, where we live in the same state. I've suggested that we go shooting at some point because I think he's a relatively interesting and cool guy. And then also, I've reached out to him a few times in order to try to help with charity projects and all that kind of stuff that I'm working on. He's, kind of done maybe some like background suggestions and all that kind of stuff, but nothing too huge. And I'm trying to think of what else. And we're friendly in DMs, but I wouldn't assume that we're friends. I would just say that we're friendly.
Okay, and I'm assuming that's generally the extent of your interactions with him.
Yeah, and I to be honest, I think that's probably the extent of the interactions with most orbiters, is that until they make a misstep that is violently disagreeable to either Destiny or his audience, they can play in that friend orbiter zone where they're friendly, maybe you have a debate, maybe you tap in, you have an argument, you tap out, but as long as you don't get too ugly or too personal, you can maintain that relationship.
Yep, I agree.
At least it's been an on and off friendly relationship, I would say, for the better part of a year to 2 years. So while not close, we've been able to maintain at least that level of rapport.
Okay, I think that's it. The only other thing I would usually ask is if there's anybody else you think I should talk to, but if there is, I don't think you should say it on stream. So if you want to DM me, anyone who you think I should reach out to ask about their experience with Destiny or DGG or their relationship there, let me know. But
sure.
I think
And then
that's all my questions.
Perfect. Then I would say before I kind of pry your brain and you either choose to share or not to share any information, did you want to perhaps revisit where you're like, hey, I think this is your perception of the situation and I think I understand that relatively well? Would you mind articulating that, and then we can see if we can dial that in?
Sure. My sense is that it kind of feels like you're like a football player or coach or something, or maybe a team owner. And I'm complaining about concussions, and you're saying, well, like, what do you think was going to happen if you ram your head into somebody a bunch of times? And at some parts where you're talking about this, it feels like you're downplaying the emotional or psychological impact of being hated or attacked online. Other times it feels like you're acknowledging it more. So it's a little hard for me to get like a clear sense of how these events have impacted you.
Yeah.
But and maybe you don't want to give me too clear of a sense. But it sounds like you're saying either way, whether it's bad, kind of bad, not that bad, or
catastrophic.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Catastrophic. It's what you're signing up for when you enter the lion's den.
Yeah, and not only do I feel like that's an apt analogy, I think it's accurate for the space. Perhaps one of the things that we could get into is you deciding, like actually, I kind of like your sports analogy. So you're like, well, maybe the NFL could hand out fucking, helmets or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe we're in the stage of the NFL where people are just like running into combat with fucking like leather helmets, right? So I could understand that, but then I guess probably the least interesting.
What the hell is the gun he's using? Is it a plasma gun?
I kind of felt like once you start reaching out, once you start DMing people, once you start saying, hey, I'm an abuse victim. I believe other people are abuse victims. I'm looking for people to have this conversation. Blah blah blah. Did you realize or believe that your friendship with Destiny was either over or soon to be over because that eventually would get back to him and he would be upset?
Did I realize that Destiny would end our friendship
over you investigating him on the background over abuse allegations? Did you think that he was going to end the relationship over it?
No comment.
Okay.
What?
All right. Then, so my perception or fear would be from that perspective.
Yeah.
Like when people volunteer friendship and they say like, hey, I'll be your boy, you know, we'll take care of each other, we'll do this, that, the other. You know, that takes like a super high
Damn,
priority,
he's getting
particularly for people like me,
dunked
because
on, man.
That's not something that's just, you know, said casually. And not only is it said casually, it's also, you know, it's a priority, right? So it should have been, or from an exterior perspective, it should have been a priority in your relationship with Destiny as you go forward, to say like, okay, I made this promise to him that I'm not gonna fucking backstab him, that I'm not gonna fuck him over. As a result, I'm gonna try to basically, you know, respect our friendship, make sure that we maintain a good relationship, make sure there's open lines of communication, et cetera, et cetera. And as a result, we'll try to maintain our relationship. So I guess the follow-up question is, do you feel like you did that sufficiently to assuage your own conscience, where you're like, I tried to communicate him honestly and earnestly in reference to this issue, and he just didn't listen to me. As a result, I had to make a choice between my morals in my relationship. Like, do you feel like you met that
See,
bar?
the goat. The thing you don't understand is the reason why Destiny are held to those standards and nobody else in the space is because he is a large streamer. That's the reason why. Come on, this ain't rookie shit.
Yourself?
You're asking me, do I think I've behaved immorally?
He has bigger numbers than me.
I'm asking
Numbers
whether or not
big.
you think that at that point you had no choice but to continue or to start the investigation into his abusive behavior, even if it risked destroying your relationship with him, and it was that important.
I don't know if I had no choice. I think I am doing what I think is the right thing. That's my goal.
Okay. Then what is that, doing the right thing, in your moral framework? Is that always worth the cost, where if you lose an important friendship, it doesn't matter because you're doing the right thing? Is that your moral frame by default?
I think it depends on the good thing you're doing.
I don't know. Like if you find out your friend is like cheating on their partner or they stole something, like I guess it's the right thing to turn them in, right? But I wouldn't do that. So I guess I don't know how to answer this other than to say like
it depends, right?
I'm doing what I believe to be the right thing.
Okay. And then you know, so far, because obviously you've reaped a lot of consequences. I think one of the things that a lot of people respected about you when you first came onto the scene was you're like, hey, I'm going to say what I think needs to be said, regardless of consequence, and I wish you were more like me. That was like your very early free speech absolutism perspective, but then you basically said that you were prepared to reap those consequences. So do you feel, now that you have reaped those consequences, where you have a lot of relationships that are no longer intact, your two major lines of finance are
it is
off,
G
and by that I'm
free.
referring to Twitch and YouTube.
It was a
and
really
then
easy.
Your last line of income is basically at the mercy of the person who tried to help you the most, but also you're currently making a moral crusade against.
Hey, you guys should like the stream, by the way. There's 400 of you in here, and I only have 175 likes. Why is that? Come on, like the stream. Give it a like. Come on, smash that like button. I believe in you. Come on now. And also, don't forget, even if you don't like the stream, something I'd like to announce now that there's 400 people in here, and trust me, you're going to want to stay for this, is I have 6 Xbox Game Pass free trial 1-month memberships available to me and given to me by Xbox employees while I was at TwitchCon. I just walked past the booth, and I was like, hey, can you give me some Game Pass? I saw them. Can you give me some of those free trials? Because I'd love to give them away on stream. And they were like, sure, here you go. They gave me 12. I gave away 6 earlier on this stream on Twitch. I gave away 6, so 6 of them are already gone. But there's another 6 that are going to be coming up tomorrow, and I'm going to be giving them away on YouTube. So if you'd like to be around for that, just stick around. You don't have to subscribe. I'd suggest doing it so that way you know when I go live, because if you're not here when I go live, you're going to miss it. But you don't have to subscribe. You don't have to like the video or anything like that to participate. Just be present inside of the stream. I'm not quite sure exactly how I'm going to do it, because it's very difficult to be able to kind of do that through YouTube in comparison to Twitch, but I'll figure out a way. So yeah. If you want to stick around for that. And one more thing. If you're thinking, I don't play Xbox, I have no need of that. Xbox Game Pass, surprisingly enough, applies for PC. It's like Netflix for video games. It has a roster of video games that you can play through for a subscription fee. All right? That's what it is. And you get 1 month free if you win. Okay? Also, I want it noted that I had a couple of people on Twitch who were participating in the giveaway, and they had like a 25% chance of winning because, one, you can only win if you're in the United States. I'm sorry to any of you EU cucks, but it is what it is. And non-EU people, I had people watching from fucking Africa, Australia, and shit like that. But Russians, any Russians in chat? Whoa, soy, whoa, crazy. But, I got people watching from everywhere. It's only available inside the United States, so I apologize for that. It is what it is. But yeah, stick around if you guys want to participate in that giveaway. Be here tomorrow, same time, same place, roughly speaking. I'll try to not make the time vary too much, and I'll try and make any tweets about any kind of changes. So if you want to follow me on Twitter, my Twitter is down below. And if you want to join the Discord is a good place to get that info.
Are you as emotionally prepared to suffer these consequences as you were when you first started this adventure, or is it having a wear and tear?
Well, there's always a wear and tear. I think I disagree with what.
Is it a cost you were prepared to pay, and are you okay with the cost you've paid so far?
Am I okay with it? Like, I'm not happy about it, but yeah, however, the framing you're using completely removes all. Well, you're removing all agency from Destiny. Like when you say the consequences, like it's just him. When you say the lion's den, he's the lion. He's the consequence maker. He's choosing to react the way he's reacting.
Okay.
Right? Like he's choosing to tell you that you can't come on a stream for 2 weeks if you talk to me, or he's choosing to say that I'm a rapist and a liar and a gaslighter and a manipulator and that my girlfriend is a zombie. Like he's deciding to do all that. So
damn, cover him, bro. He's trying to fix the fucking data
him
shit.
Is the way he exerts control over the people around him. It doesn't really make sense for me to accept the.
Shout out from Israel. Are you really out of Israel?
The parameters that are set. The parameters
That's
that are
cool
set
as
out in the
fuck.
first place. If you think it's toxic or negative or whatever, yeah, I get that.
Yeah, exactly.
That's really
it's
cool.
It's the same fight you got in about the police brutality.
No, but I'm in
where
Turkey.
If you say, well, what did you think was going to happen? In a way, you're perceived as endorsing
And he
the
had an
actions.
article, bros.
And so, if the thing I'm doing is protesting, the what I perceive as an abuse of power, I can't just accept it as like the consequences.
Okay, then I guess this is perhaps like it might not be the most interesting to the audience because they're looking for you and me to fucking scream at each other, and I'm supposed to be the fucking White Knight for Destiny, and you're supposed to be the Black Knight who's fucking attacking his honor and blah blah blah. That's what they're looking for. But if I was,
I'm trying to White Knight you.
Okay, well I appreciate that.
So, I don't think you do, but.
Well, not to the degree that you probably want me to, because you're right. Like on some degree, I'm like, I don't need your help because I've accepted the dynamics that currently exist, and I just believe they are what they are. So my kind of question, which is perhaps the least interesting to the audience, but the most interesting to me, is with your NFL analogy. There were reforms that were positive for the NFL long term, while there's still like a shitload of problems. But we can probably agree that CTE or concussions or whatever are significantly reduced with the use of like protective padding and helmets and all that kind of shit. Now they still exist, but it's not as bad as running around with a fucking leather helmet or no helmet at all. So what would be your ideal? Because I think what everybody assumed when this first thing or this whole thing first kicked off was that you were looking for sexual abuse victims. That you were basically looking for people that Destiny either raped or used his clout in order to fuck over or all that kind of shit. I think that's the way the conversation originally started. But if I'm understanding some of the conversation,
when you say the conversation originally started, Destiny just said that. That's what you mean. Right? Like I don't want to do the thing where you're just saying things just happened. Like that's something he did.
What was the alleged sexual abuse, or the he basically said that the investigation was around sexual abuse, but you were investigating the broader dynamic?
He outed my investigation and defined it, but I didn't do that.
Okay, so actually, this would be a super important question. Is your investigation more into the fact that like Twitch politics is kind of fucked up? We're running around with leather helmets. We're fucking getting concussions.
I think that's noteworthy and maybe part of it, but I think you're running quite a bit of interference when you frame it that way.
For you or for him?
For Steve.
Explain. Because for me that would be like that would be the most charitable interpretation of your investigation. So I'm confused.
What does calling somebody a mentally ill stalker and then secretly sexting with them for a year have to do with Twitch politics?
True.
That's not like an incidental thing that you have to do. Like Prime Kai and Dylan Burns don't have to do that to run their panels, right?
True. And actually, I think this would come down to a perspective that hopefully I could share why maybe there's not as much outrage.
Dude, he keeps yoinking that
perhaps you
fucking.
were expecting. And if you'll indulge me, just indulge me for a minute. Like even if
I was not expecting outrage from DGG.
So you had a moral issue with what was going on, and you were hoping to probably get some people who would agree with you that this was an issue. Who were you expecting to take issue with Destiny's behavior?
I think the people who are most likely to take issue with Destiny's behavior are women who are not in his fan base.
Okay. And is that's because
This isn't true. Maybe he's forgetting, but he was literally outraged that nobody was outraged. Like he was like, I can't believe all of you are still being white blood cells after I dropped this bomb. I forget, somebody can find the clip, but he was like yelling about the fact that there was no orbiters that were like trying to crucify Steven on these grounds.
Anna Destiny and Anna had a sexual.
Didn't Mr. Girl define abuse circle as 1, find a girl, 2, sex girl, 3, humiliate, dogpile her, 4, kick the girl out? I think it was humiliate her, and then call. I think 4 was to call her crazy, and kick her. No, that was in the humiliate. Yeah, it was essentially what you're saying is yes, accurate. That was his narrative. I don't remember exactly what he said or exactly how it went, but yes, that is the narrative. Correct. Yes, the answer is yes.
Relationship. He dipped out.
Correct.
She had some, from my perspective, okay, because I'm dealing with the framing, of course, that I see through DGG's eyes, right? That he dipped out. She assumed perhaps more sentimentality than Destiny actually had, and then as a result, that probably due to some fault from him indulging in that and her having, I think, self-admittedly, some level of obsessive compulsive disorder. Basically, like just endless loops on this. What from Destiny's perspective is a hookup, and from her perspective is an abuse of power, kind of similar to what you're saying.
I don't agree with your framing of the relationship.
Can you frame it back to me in the way that you perceive it?
No. No. I'm just telling you that I don't accept the party line.
Okay. Then I guess do you have evidence for the party line? And by that I just mean like so if Anna's perspective is that Destiny was promising way more intimacy than he allowed publicly, and that in Discord calls or in-person stuff that doesn't have like a solid record, right? That he was promising way more intimacy than end up being available. Is that part of the dynamic that you're talking about?
No comment.
So for me, I'm just curious because I'm relatively close to these folks, and I know you're saying no comment, so you feel free to say no comment again. Is the reason why you're saying no comment is because you believe this was intentional, or you believe this was a mistake? Because I know you haven't confirmed my supposition, but that's the only logical inference I can get to.
I think we're getting pretty lost here in what we're even talking about. Originally, you said that the situation is like football, and if you're gonna, there's an inherent risk. And I was saying, well, the abuses of power that I pointed to, publicly,
are not necessary to the game of football.
Are not necessary to the game of football. No.
Okay.
The things I've been concerned about, like sexualizing relationships with orbiters, and his treatment of Anna, and the cover up, and the kind of coordinated narrative creation and suppression of Anna's pushback against that narrative is all really disturbing to me, and has nothing to do with politics. None of this has anything to do with people sitting around talking about.
Wait, but the suppression of Anna's narrative wasn't like just Steven's doing, like he was manipulating or whatever. Literally, Mr. Girl firsthand experienced the problems with taking Anna's testimony at face value. That Anna, I don't want to talk too much about Anna because, again, I want to avoid loops and stuff, but like Anna played a part in the narrative that she is not a reliable individual for credible testimony or for really much in regards to these issues, by and large, on her own. She was a very large part of that on her own.
Rittenhouse or reparations or whatever the fuck else we want to talk about, but that has nothing to do with politics. So the only reason I brought it up, the only reason I bring Anna up, is to say that whatever your narrative is, and it's probably different from mine, probably different from the one I'm going to present in my article, I think we could both agree.
It's interpersonal and it's not required.
Yeah, that it is an interpersonal relationship. Probably both agree is problematic to some degree, and I think we can also both agree that relationship is facilitated by and overshadowed by Steven's professional behavior.
Okay.
It's linked to the stream. It all happened on stream. It's all part of the show. And so that to me makes it clearly fair game, clearly a reason to question his professional ethics. And because of its nature having nothing to do with discussing politics, I don't think it is an inherent risk to streaming.
So if I could tactfully push back. So and not whether or not it has to do with politics, but part of the game of this world is entertainment and relationships. And there's a certain degree of nepotism that goes on in any political relationship. I think anybody, I'm also friendly, I would say perhaps internet friends with Lauren Southern, whose main, most popular recent body of work had nothing to do with fucking politics as far as like getting people elected or talking about policy, but had everything to do with people using politics as a platform to gain popularity, clout, and money, and then to misuse that money and popularity for their own selfish gain. So for me, while I understand like the distinction.
What was your thoughts on the interview with Zerka and Mr. Girl? Was that him being desperate or trolling on the part of Mr. Girl? Wait, you're asking if Mrgirl was desperate or trolling, or Zerka was desperate or trolling? Zerka's always desperate and trolling. He's desperate for making content. He's always trolling. That's how he does it.
Between like policy and basically whatever the fuck this is. I do think that they're linked because it seems so common in the political space for this kind of shit to happen. Whether you're talking about people fucking people they're not supposed to fuck, or people making money in ways that they're not supposed to make money, and I'm not accusing Destiny of any of this shit. I'm just saying, like, well,
Crazy Monk
Anna
will
was a
agree to
bad
disagree.
move.
I think that was a part of it, but I don't really trust
Can they-
testimony
I
independently.
guess we'll see if they can admit it. Yes, I'm not saying that it's like.
Well, even Dan's, or excuse me, even very close personal friends chastise him about this. That basically it was a stupid compulsion on his part, fucking Coomer-brained fucking motivation to see or interact with this person after almost everyone on the internet had agreed that it was better for both of them if they never interacted again. So even Destiny's closest friends are like, what the fuck are you doing? This is the dumbest shit, and it's literally affecting your, like, not to be wildly parasocial, but this is affecting Dan because he's giving advice to his friend that his friend is not taking, and I believe affecting Mel because she has to deal with the dramatic repercussions of Destiny's lifestyle.
Yeah, I think those things can be true, but I think that, again, this is a very Destiny-centric view. The idea that him publicly smearing Anna while secretly sexting her and defining her as mentally ill and unable to handle these interactions or this relationship, that the bad part of that is that it's going to hurt Dan, or that it's going to hurt Mel, or even that's going to hurt Steven. I think
do you think it's like contemporaneous? So for instance, like, do you think the timeline?
Yeah, I was gonna say also, hasn't it been like over the last? This is why I want a specific timeline of this. Like, when are the points in which they're sexting, and when are the points that Destiny is dunking the hardest on her? I want to see those. I want to see the timeline of that. I want to see how that plays out. Because I'm willing to bet it's probably not that simple for a lot of these things. It's not as simple as, hey, my bad. I have to plug in my phone. Like Destiny in public is saying Anna's a piece of shit and doing that. Has that happened once? I don't know, probably. But I don't think that of what I've seen, or at least what I've heard, the timelines match up of. It's been a lot of, let's not talk about Anna. Let's not talk about Anna. That's what it seems to be, is him trying to ban people and shut down conversations.
Events.
Ever thought of interviewing Anna in private? If I was going to talk to Anna in private, it'd probably just be like trying to communicate to her that I'm trying my best to minimize any conversation of her to the best of whatever ability. It'd probably be more like a conversation about, hey, I don't really want to cause any trouble, but I feel like having that talk would probably cause more trouble, but I don't know.
Involves the fact that, like, literally Destiny's shit talking Anna, and simultaneously he's in her DMs like, show me titties, like, right now. Like is that contemporaneous action?
I'll lay out the timeline in my article. I don't want to make a public statement about that right now.
Ooh.
Okay. But
beyond what I said, but my point is that I'm here to advocate for the victims, and I don't think Dan is a victim.
I don't think he is.
And Steven is the one with all the power in the relationship with Anna, and I think it's an abuse of power.
I don't know, dude. Bro, when there's people that are like believing he's like a sexual assaulter or something, or a sexual abuser because she's on multi-K platforms being signal boosted on huge fucking podcasts, like, bro, I don't know if you could just say Destiny has the power there, man.
It's an abusive relationship. I think it's sexual misconduct, and that's part of what triggered this. Is that I even hearing you and other orbiters say, well, this really isn't good for Steven, is very disturbing to me.
That what, nobody is considering Anna in the situation?
Yeah, the best she gets is, well, it's not good for either of them.
Okay.
I don't think that's sufficient. I don't think that's right. So anyway, I feel like, again, we're getting lost.
You know what's? I literally had it. Never mind.
In the weeds. I feel we're getting lost in the weeds, and I don't want to do this. I don't really want to like debate you. Like, if you have questions for me, I understand, but the way you're asking the questions,
I know he knows that isn't the case. Let's put it that way.
I think I'm having to push back so much on the premises that we are ending up like arguing, and I don't want to do that. So again, the whole thing I was just trying to say with this is that the framing of like, well, this is just how Twitch politics are, and then
dude, get in the fucking Get inside of the plane, bro. What are you doing?
It's not really necessary.
Get in it.
Yeah. Then you said, well, the personal.
Why does Connor do this? Connor, don't be this guy. Connor, I love you. I love you so much. You're playing Darktide on your stream. I love you so much. I love you. Why are you hanging out outside of the fucking extraction point and holding up the whole mission?
As part of the show, interpersonal relationships. Well, again, even interpersonally, even if interpersonal relationships are part of the show, there's still not really an explanation for why he did that. And then once I say that, you say, okay, well, he's Coomer brained. And then it's just kind of like a, well, boys will be boys, eye rolling thing, like we're like in the fucking 80s when it's okay to sexually harass people you have power over because that's just how men are. I don't buy that. I don't agree with that. I think that's hyper Destiny centric view of how to look at this. But I'm saying, yeah, that might be how his fans see it. It might be how his orbiters see it and how their fans.
You know how I see this? I see this as only being 229 likes on a 500 viewer stream. I don't understand it. Make sense of that, chat. I don't think you can. I need to see at least 270, honestly. I'm thinking 270 is probably going to be the lower limit of this one. He is Han Solo, also running into the Millennium Falcon as the running. What? Han Solo as the running into what? You want to retype that shit? Like the damn stream. Now we're up to 250. All right, that's 250. We got a couple of people in there. What is that? 25, 26 people that like to stream. We got now 28 people that like to stream. Come on, we can push those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers.
See it, but I don't think that's how the general public is going to take this.
Okay. If you'll indulge me one more attempt, and literally, if this is your like, hey, this is going to be updated in the article. No, please. Even if you don't want to entertain the question, it's totally fine. It's totally fine. I'll let you go. Okay. I do not like twisting people's arms into conversations they don't want to have. Okay?
We do have an extra 100 people in here, so I'm going to try and make this fast. I'm going to try and broadcast this in the most effective way I know how. On YouTube tomorrow, we are going to be doing a giveaway of 6 Xbox Game Pass free trials. All right, they're 1 month free trials. What is Xbox Game Pass? Xbox Game Pass is, contrary to its name, a Xbox and PC game a library, similar to like Netflix for video games. That's what it is. We're going to be giving 6 passes of that away for 1 month a piece. Only one person gets one per account. We're not going to be giving 2 per account. You can't even activate 2 on one account. You can only activate it once. But yeah, it's a really great product. I believe in the product. I was given the codes when I went to TwitchCon. I went up to the Xbox Game Pass booth and I asked them for some passes for my stream. They gave me 12. So we gave away 6 earlier today on the stream when we were on Twitch, and we're going to give away 6 later tomorrow on YouTube. That's going to be the plan. You don't need to subscribe. You don't need to do any of that shit. I would suggest subscribing so that way you know when I go live, just so that way you get the notification when I go live. Isn't there the note? I'm not sure if you get the notification if you ring the bell or not. I'm not saying you have to do it to be participating in it. Of course, I would love it if you did it, but just so that way you know when the stream is happening, and so that way you know when you need to get in there, and so that way you can possibly, win one of the codes. They're only redeemable in America, though. So if you are outside of America, I apologize, but them's the rules. They're only redeemable in America. I don't know what method I'm going to use to message people, because I don't think I can message people on YouTube. So I don't know how that's going to work specifically, because the way that I'm doing it in the way I did it on Twitch is I DM'd them through their account. I don't know how exactly I'm going to do it, but it's going to we're going to figure it out. Shouldn't be that big of an issue. Okay. Hope everyone understands. All right. Tomorrow, be there. Should be roughly same time. We'll see though.
Okay. So basically, what I would say is
I don't have a Discord command. It's lower inside of the description, but here I'll just give you the link. It's from the description. Updates will be posted inside of Discord. I'm not going to put updates actually on Twitter, and the reason why I don't want to put updates on Twitter is because I don't want randos to see it. The reason why I'm doing this giveaway isn't to grow my community, isn't to grow a viewer base. It is literally to reward the people that are watching my stream with a phenomenal product. I'm not being paid to give this product away. However, the codes were given to me upon request for free. I love Xbox Game Pass. My friends love Xbox Game Pass. And so I wanted to give something away to my community and my community exclusively. I don't really want a bunch of random people to come in to just try and win these and leave. I want people who are regulars to the community who like games like me, or maybe are interested to get in games, into games, or interested in the kind of things that I've been talking about, to be able to win these kinds of things. I'm not going to do it as like a publicity thing. I like it when members of my community get a very good, tangible product.
I am an avatar for an ideology, which is
that is the reason why I'm not going to make a post on Twitter where randoms are just going to come in. I might make a post on Discord though, because I'm assuming most of the people in the Discord probably who are even going to check the notification are probably people that are more integrated into my community than like random people on Twitter that might see it.
Probably like, I don't know what you would call it, like Burkean conservative.
What games have you been playing lately? Unfortunately, nothing. I'm going to be playing Ready or Not later today with some friends. I'm looking forward to, however, and I'm going to make this fast. I apologize to anybody that wants to watch the video. I really do. I'm going to be playing very soon here. What comes out? Oh, Callisto Protocol. My brother is already committed to trying to play it on stream. We'll see if my PC can handle streaming and playing the game. My brother is committed to sitting right next to me and playing the game with me. So you're going to see my identical twin brother on stream with me, trying to play the game. I don't know if it'll actually work. I don't know if my computer's going to be able to run that. So on December 2nd, we're going to be doing that. Later than that, I'm excited to play Path of Exile, which I believe is going to have an announcement about their new patch on December 6th. And I think the new patch is going to come out like December 9th or something like that. That's what I think I remember seeing something like that. But the details of the new Path of Exile patch, so I'm excited about that. And then there's something else that comes out in December that I forgot about. Yeah, I don't know. Something else comes out later, but
like American liberal, whatever the fuck. And from my moral framework, and I think that a majority of the moral frameworks of people I interact with, is two consenting adults can make decisions about what they want to do in the bedroom with other people, as long as it's relatively consented to by both parties. And also, particularly when you're an adult and you reach a certain age, you should be mature enough.
Sorry, I just remembered. Escape from Tarkov wipe is supposed to come by the end of December. So it's Callisto Protocol on the 2nd. Probably take a couple of days to beat that. Then it's, by the way, Callisto Protocol is made by the same people who made Dead Space. It's supposed to be similar to Dead Space. So I loved Dead Space, so we're going to be playing that. Me and my brother are excited. Path of Exile season, then boom, Escape from Tarkov. That's what it's going to be.
In order to make decisions about what you want to do and what you don't want to do. And on top of that, there should be a certain level of emotional maturity that all parties have at that level, where, for instance, if somebody's like a super negative piece of shit, like let me just presume that Destiny is the most Coomer-brained, vile, lying sack of shit who's ever come across the planet, and he was like, hey, I'm gonna leave Mel for you, I love you, you're the best thing that's ever happened to me, blah, 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 let's fuck, et cetera, that if they have at that time, consensual relationship, and then later on, she finds out that he's a fucking lying piece of shit, then both of these people should be emotionally mature enough to disengage and never interact again. And that just did not happen for 2 years. So the reason why you might be like perceiving me as victim blaming and standing Destiny is because largely his orbiters saw this black hole interaction of these two people being unable to escape each other, despite the fact that normal adults would have completely disengaged. So, just to put it to a point, at what point does like autonomy from your moral perception start getting involved, or does power completely override all of this shit?
Power overrides all of it. You would never say, like a teacher who had an affair with a middle school student, say like, well, yeah, but they're just two people who are bad for each other, who can never escape each other's vortex of passion. Yeah, true, but there are power differentials in relationships between adults that make those relationships unethical.
Yeah, but
so
depending on how they're carried out. But like, you can consent to sexting with somebody, even if they are, powerful. But if they're smearing you, and lying about you and lying about the relationship and gaslighting you, then no, I think it becomes abusive and you can't consent to that. And clearly she was pretty fucking up. It's not like she was happy about it the whole time and then all of a sudden came out and was like, oh, you know what, this wasn't okay. And it's like, it's going to be like the red pill people who are like, yeah, like, well, she wanted it, now she's trying to get him, versus like the feminists. She was clearly in severe psychological distress about the situation for most of the entire time.
Can I ask you a theory that was presented, and you can just reject it or consider it? So
I don't. Okay, this is the last. You don't have to. I prefer you ask questions that are just like factual questions, or questions about my thoughts or motivations, or like where I'm going.
Most of my factual questions, you said no comment.
Correct.
Yeah, I probably will. But you keep loading in these premises where I have to really carefully disentangle what you're smuggling in. The idea that they're equals, the idea that she was okay with it, the idea that you can consent to somebody lying to you or lying about you. Like you can't consent if somebody's a liar. You can't consent. You can't consent to your interactions with that person.
Oh, I agree with you.
You don't know what's happening.
Oh, I agree with you there.
Yeah, so I can't really get I don't want to keep getting in the weeds with you about
think it
about
can
these
be
different questions.
unreal.
Okay, you don't, and you know what? You don't have to. I can tell that I'm making you uncomfortable. The reason why I have perhaps been presenting these views as charitably and tactfully as I can is because basically these are the ideas pending the release of your document. And I'm not trying to be a cunt here. I'm just saying from the exterior. From the exterior, based off of the communications that people can perceive from the outside and based off of Destiny's thing, what's going to happen is a majority of the indictment.
He wasn't lying about Anna, though. Their perspectives were just different on the situation, right? Well, according to Mrgirl, apparently it's going to be inside of his document, and I'm waiting on bated breath to see this. Apparently, Mrgirl is going to have the logs showing extensively that Stephen was talking shit about Anna, saying they don't have a relationship, saying that she's a stalker, she's crazy, they're not into each other. But in private, he's like saying like, "Oh, I love you so much, I'm gonna leave," or that was Connor's example. But like, "I love you so much," or "You're so great," in private, in sexting her. So if he has that info, I'll see that, because I would agree that's abusive. Then, if that's what's going on, if of course, assuming Anna didn't agree to it, which I'm going to assume she wouldn't have, that she might have felt a certain type of way about it. But I'm going to need to see quite a bit of logs, surrounding context, bodies of context. I'm going to need to see a lot of that. And even still, again, like we've been saying pretty consistently, with all of that, there's still the problem of how the evidence was gathered. Having standards for ethical evidence gathering is really important, because it gives Destiny an easy way out if he actually is culpable for some of this bad behavior. So even if there is significant evidence showing Destiny has done some pretty bad things, we are going to have to fight uphill to hold him to account for that, because Mrgirl was a fucking moron in his evidence gathering.
Of Destiny's negative sexual behavior is going to be hinged on evidence.
Lying is abusive. Lying for the purpose of humiliating somebody in public, yeah, I would say so. If Destiny is sexting Anna in private and saying that he loves her, and then when Anna's like talking about feeling mind fucked because in public he's like shitting on her, calling her a stalker, calling her crazy, saying that they don't have a relationship. It's crazy that you even think we have a relationship, but in private, he's a completely different person. I would say that's abusive. I would say that's an abusive thing for sure, yeah. Unethical at the very least. Shouldn't be done, but yeah, I'd say it's abusive.
Based off of probably his interactions with Lav, with Anna, maybe with some characters like Bad Bunny, who has her own baggage, and also maybe some characters in Destiny's past, that those will be the allegations of sexual impropriety.
Just to also be clear, this assumes that it's continuous. If it's one moment, I could say that it's abusive, but it's an abusive moment, but not like an abusive continuous thing, Like he isn't abusive, but he had an abusive moment. It's kind of like, I love doing this. It's kind of like a white person dropping the N-word. How many N-word drops does a white person get before they're racist? Kind of a thing. How many lies does it take to make a liar? I don't think it's one, but... and in this instance, I wouldn't say it's one either. So I would need to see a concerted, continuous effort for Stephen to attempt to say that Anna's a crazy woman, stalker in public, and then literally within those, like, the next minute and a half, he's DMing her saying he loves her. Yeah, that's what I need to see.
Ready? And then the remainder of the allegations of abuse of power will come down to kind of more like I was talking about with the Dylan Burns and the Planet Kai, where we're just a bunch of fucking monkeys dancing for his entertainment, his clout, and his money. And because of the attractive, the lure, the fucking...
Correct. But Mrgirl makes it sound like he has a continuous concerted effort. So I'm saying if this evidence comes out, I could agree that Stephen had an abusive relationship with Anna. I'm ready to see the evidence. Again, standard for evidence gathering is dog shit, but, I'm ready to see the evidence.
whatever you want to fucking call it, like moths to flame. We're so attracted to fame and money, we are incapable of truly understanding what we're signing on for until it's too late and we're getting fucking reamed in the ass by 10,000 fucking strangers who are calling us pieces of shit who should kill ourselves. So from an exterior expectation, I'm just telling the reason why I've been poking and prodding these theories is because that's what it feels like so far. And I think that maybe the exterior public will be interested in that because, shit, this stuff is interesting. But I do think from the interior community kind of already understands the majority of this shit. Like they're like, I will run into the battlefield with leather fucking pads. I will take a concussion if it means that I have a shot at fame and fortune.
You say that, but you eat 1D? What? Thank you for the 5, Super Saiyan Solid Snake, though. Anybody else want to give donations? Donations are massively appreciated. They are currently going primarily to funding a coding boot camp that me and my brother are going to go through to be able to actually create careers for the very first time in our 25 years of living. If you'd like to help support me and my brother program for computer programming. I was told that people don't instantly know what I'm talking about when I say coding. So computer programming, if you want to help us along our journey of starting careers as computer programmers, then donations are very much welcome. Thank you so much. That's what they're going to right now, that we're going to a fund that primarily is fueled by that. So.
People understand that as they get into this space.
Well, I understand. Is that a question? I don't understand what.
No, I'm outlining my perspective. If you don't want to entertain my questions, I understand.
I'm happy to answer questions that you're asking for the purpose of finding out more about what I'm doing.
Okay.
When you ask questions that are really just arguments or challenges, I don't answer any more of those.
That's fine. And if I just for the sake of having the conversation,
probably
if I stray back into the kinds of questions that you don't want, just tell me. We'll end the conversation. Okay.
Wait, Ali G, why didn't you do Hack Reactor? I was suggested to do Hack Reactor.
Okay.
And then for the first questions, the first kinds of questions, you tell me whether or not this is a first style question or a second style question, and then we'll decide whether or not we want to continue the conversation. Okay.
Okay, sounds good. Right.
So basically, for me, from like an investigative standpoint, and I understand like you're not like a law enforcement investigator or anything like that, but basically the way that you were very concerned with like coloring my interview, based off of like our interaction before I gave my answer. Is that something that you like learned through this process where you're like, hey, when I send out
this is what I wanted to hear, right? This is very relevant to what I was saying earlier. Shut up, chat. Shh.
Intro, I shouldn't color it as much, or are you just like, I have to color it in order to make people comfortable to come forward with information? Because for me, from like a law enforcement investigation standpoint, like your question is pretty leading, like your introductory message.
The question you're asking me is, what is my thought process?
Yeah, if I could explain a little bit further. So when you say I'm an emotional abuse victim. Okay, sorry, I'll let you go.
I think there's a few things I'm trying to avoid. One is I don't want to make people feel like they've been suckered into talking to me. A lot of people are afraid to talk to me and afraid to talk to me about this specifically.
Okay.
And I don't want people to feel like it sounds like I'm just making writing a fluff piece about Destiny or something. And I just want to know about what do you think of DGG. I want it to be clear that this is an adversarial situation. The bridge is burned. Destiny hates me. This is happening. I'm coming forward as an abuse victim.
If the boot camp goes well, do you have any inclination to pursuing a degree in the future? No. I was told that the boot camp should be sufficient to getting me a decent to high-paying job. And by decent, I mean, by my standards, a fucking ludicrously high-paying job. I think the idea of going back to college for years, first off, I can't stand college. It's not an environment I can properly learn in. But the idea of going back to college for years to maybe get just a small amount of money more doesn't really make too much sense to me. I would rather stick with the certificate that I get and the that kind of experience and just kind of build on the career. Thank you for the 5, though.
To me, the best way to be unbiased is to reveal my bias. So that's why I'm really clear about what I think about the situation, but I don't want to present it in a way that's trying to change what you think.
Okay.
So that's why I'll tell you, yeah, I'm coming forward as an abuse victim. But if you tell me, well, then explain it. How is Destiny abusive? Even in private, I wouldn't answer that question. I'm because I don't want what you're talking about. I don't want people to say like, oh yeah, that is kind of abusive. I never thought about it like that. I don't want to do that.
Okay. And so would you say so? One of the criticisms that I've
Ooh. I'm not gonna say this is a lie, but hold on. Maybe he doesn't understand what he's saying. Maybe I don't remember what he said. We're going to look something up. Give me a sec. Because I thought I remember in the message to Eris, he had put dogpiling like you. Hold on. Do we have the do we have does somebody have that post that he sent to Eris? I really want that for the purposes of this. Fuck, I can't find it. Somebody can find that. You could link it to me on Twitch. That'd be really nice. Because I thought I remember him saying that he was an abuse victim and that he's coming forward to abuse victims like her, or implied that she was an abuse victim because of the dogpiling, which I believe is a direct contradiction to exactly what he just said.
Of your opener is that for instance, I think somebody said this to you on a panel or a questionnaire or something. They basically said, like, isn't your question coloring? So you're saying that from your perspective, what you're trying to do is show all of your cards first. So you
can I ask Ahrelevant, why are we still taking Max at good faith? It seems so dishonest and vitriolic. I don't think I'm taking him at good faith. Good faith would assume that he's telling the truth. The reason why I'm looking into it is because I believe he's not telling the truth. Which Eris? Eris Ann. I was the dude who screen capped that from the Chud stream, and I don't have it. Oh, that's cool that you screen capped it. And bro, he said he cries when he talks about his experience. Oh yeah, that is true. He says that he does cry about it. Yeah, I feel like this is kind of just dishonest from him. We'll see more.
So you don't back up. For instance, I think somebody said this to you on a panel or a questionnaire or something. They basically said, like, isn't your question coloring? So you're saying that from your perspective, what you're trying to do is show all of your cards first. So you don't feel, or so those people don't feel like they were hoodwinked into talking shit about somebody that they didn't want to talk shit about publicly. And then, like, basically, if they're open to the solicitation, after that, you can have the conversation where you're like, hey, I want to limit my perspective of the issue because I want to hear your perspective on the issue, and I don't want to color it. So you have been saying similar things to try to keep the investigation smart.
Yes. Yeah, but there's also people who are scared that I'm a spy.
Okay, right.
And they're scared that I'm trying to trick them into saying something bad. Like, from the perspective of people who are afraid to speak out against Destiny, who think that they might face some kind of retaliation or harassment or just being outed or being embarrassed, or that I'm going to secretly record them or secretly screen. Like, people, I literally, I've had conversations where the first hour or hour and a half is me just trying to convince the person that I'm not recording them.
Okay.
And I think, so in order to get them to talk to me in the first place, I think I have to say something that clearly plants a flag publicly and
dude, this is so... Like, my dude is literally saying he's doing the, what is it thing? The ends justify the means. That's what he's doing. He's doing the ends justify the means, bro. Jesus Christ. Like, why doesn't he just, like, link them the fucking 10 hours of conversations that they've had burning the bridge? I feel like that should be sufficient. Hey, I feel like you're a DGG spy. Here's literally 10 hours of me debating Destiny and having a bridge burning stream with him. And this was like a fucking week ago. Do you really think that I'm a spy? Like,
clearly, and then, like, I am criticized.
But whatever, the ends justify the means. As long as, if I have to prime these people in order to get them to talk to me about Destiny's heinous actions, so be it. Like, Jesus Christ, man. Oh my God, no standards for evidence gathering at all.
Destiny.
No standards.
Like, make no mistake, this article is going to be critical of Destiny, and it's personal for me. I'm saying that I'm an abuse victim, and while that sure could have some coloring effect, obviously, if I was, like, designing a survey, I wouldn't design it that way. I think it's somewhat necessary to get people to say, okay, he's really doing this. He's really going forward, no matter what. Even if everybody else drops off and it's just him, he's doing this. I think that helps people feel comfortable talking.
Okay. Yeah, and so I guess my question is, let's say, like you said, that people are too scared, they don't want to come forward, et cetera, et cetera. Would you say that you're just like, fuck it, like this is my premise, I feel like I can prove it based off of my interaction with Destiny, and therefore I can at least have a conversation about this dynamic within the relationship, and I can also, even if other people like back out, right, you can at least talk about the chilling effect of the fear. So for instance, like this is a professional... Well, can I just finish this point? I'm taking a pseudo professional risk by speaking to you, right?
Yes.
The stated punishment for speaking to Mrgirl and furthering his agenda against Destiny is minimum of a 2-week no Destiny conversations. But I also have a feeling that if I fucked up this conversation like royally, where I'm like fucking Destiny left, right, and center, and I'm like, oh yeah, he's a fucking manipulative piece of shit, this, that, the other, or if I give you a platform to just kind of make him look like a piece of shit without pushing back, then there is a chance that I would suffer a professional consequence as well, which is basically I lose that I lose that access to clout and money, or clout and potential money.
Yes. So
even that dynamic by itself is kind of toxic to you, where you're like, why the fuck can't people have open and earnest conversations about, what the fuck is going on, basically?
Yeah, I think, I mean, it's not how I would handle it, for sure. I've never blacklisted anybody for talking to anybody.
What's your honest read on all the criticism being as the audience being brainwashed? Is there a merit to the argument as Destiny's more personable and reliable? I think there is. I think there is some honesty. There is some merit to brainwashing. Not to Mrgirl's narrative of brainwashing, because Mrgirl doesn't mean it in that way. The way Mrgirl means it is that we don't have our own opinions. The way I'll be human to another human, right? That's why I'm talking to you, Ryan T. I'm being human to you. And what you talked about is of the idea of being brainwashed. Absolutely. And the reason why is because a lot of us have looked at Destiny's content of character. We looked at his body of work. We've seen him go through controversy, and we find his character to be of great merit. And that is obviously going to color our opinion of him going into another controversy, right? Is we're going to hold him to high expectations, but along with those expectations that he has set upon himself, it comes with a character assessment that is quite favorable, right? Because he has a body of work that he can show for. He has previous past relationships that he can show for, that we all acknowledge, that kind of bring us to that conclusion or whatever. Because at some point, there's going to be a character assessment part of whatever article Mrgirl is drumming up. And that character assessment is going to be, I'm going to say it's just going to be brutal for him. Because Destiny has such a wide archive of past experiences that I can pull on, that other people can pull from, that show what I consider to be upstanding character, it's going to be very difficult to impugn him for that thing. It's not like I'm just saying Destiny is cool. It's that I've seen Destiny inside of pretty, contentious circumstances, and he's come out in what I consider to be a morally agreeable way. And so, yeah. That would be the brainwashing if I'm being super good faith to a person. It's like, is there people that are brainwashed? Are you brainwashed, Ahrelevant? And I would be like, if I'm being honest with you and earnest with how normal people use that word, I could be considered brainwashed in the capacity that I am just convinced at the moment that this person is of a specific type of character and that I need evidence to be able to see that that isn't the case. Right? Whether it be individuals' testimonies, hard evidence like messages, DMs, recordings, and things like that. I do need to see evidence because I do have an image and a lot of references for his character. Long story short, really. And to be even fairer, DGG is one of the least circle jerk communities online I've seen. I've only been watching Destiny for like 5 months, and there's so little smooth brain there. I don't know. I haven't been in DGG that much. Yeah, but that's the argument, that all those circumstances self-perpetuate the positive view. Sure, but the only problem with the positive view is if the positive view corrupts our vision of evidence, right? I would argue we ought to take in somebody's past experiences in character assessment into the future when there is no evidence being gathered, right? So let's take an example. If somebody showed me footage of Vosh, or let's say Hassan, inside of like a CVS screaming the N-word at a black person, right? He just screamed it out loud. And they said, look, Hassan is racist. I would go, nope. I need something more. I have seen an overwhelming bounty of evidence that this individual this is so out of character for this person that there probably is some other circumstance. I need context. Where is the context? Is it perhaps like, I don't know, I don't know what I could conjure, but I need extra context. Show me the context. Show me the testimony of what was leading up to that, maybe some other footage or anything like that. Just showing a kind of clip-chimped thing that would otherwise look bad doesn't matter. I have too much evidence to show that this is out of character. I think we ought to do that. We ought to use somebody's content of character when there is not enough context to come to a definitive conclusion to be able to say, yeah. I mean, obviously, if Hassan was beating the shit out of some chick on a fucking video or whatever, there's not really much I could do, right? I'd just be like, yeah, I mean, that's not really a circumstance where that could be justified, right? But what I'm saying is where you can be good faith, where there can be extra context that could make the situation better, we ought to rely on somebody's content of character. And I think there's a lot to go off of for Destiny. So Mrgirl has his hands quite full, especially with the shitty evidence gathering.
And I know I don't have the same kind of incentives to offer people or to take away from people that he does, but I assume that if I had that, I still wouldn't handle it that way. And I don't know. I don't know that you would either. But given,
I mean, I might if I thought fucking millions of dollars was on the line and my personal relationships with my friends were on the line. You know, you might get defensive of the people who are closest to you, even if you take aggressive reasons to do so, or an aggressive approach. But you know what? I'm gonna try to stop doing this in this conversation as long as it lasts, even if it lasts like 2 more minutes. I'll stop trying to stan like DGG or Destiny by proxy. I'll just try to just talk to you as me, right? Instead of being proxy. So all
right. So
I'll try to drop that.
Was that a dog?
It lasts, even if it lasts like 2 more minutes. I'll stop trying to stan like DGG or Destiny by proxy. I'll just try to just talk to you.
Ooh, doggo!
Me, right? Instead of being a proxy. So
all right. So
I'll try to drop that frame. Yeah, I'll try to drop that frame.
Man to Mrgirl.
Okay. I'm listening.
X-Mech. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. That's something that I'm willing to do. But that it needs to be sufficiently proven. That's what I'm saying.
I think that given who I am, given the situation, given Stephen's attacks on my credibility, it's unavoidable for me. There's really no ideal way for me to send these messages or start these conversations. But I am being as careful as I possibly can and trying to strike a balance between building trust, showing my true colors, not tricking people, and giving people the sense that I will do my absolute best to shield them from reprisal if they do come forward.
Can I share with you a perspective while not endorsing it? So I'm not saying this is my perspective, and I think there's flaws in it because there's a lot of presumption. But basically, can I share with you like an exterior perspective? Is just the way that it's being read, that introductory message, which I understand is framing that you don't agree with. I think it might have been Zonia or something. I think Zonia might have articulated like, it looks like you go on a fishing expedition. Well, guess what? When you go fishing, you're gonna catch fish, right? So I think that's the reflexive defensiveness basically is coming from the fact that there's gonna be a fuckload of people who are gonna have shit to say about Destiny. Now, whether or not that's like an abuse worth completely altering the moral dynamics of Twitch politics for is a different question. But there are a lot of people who legitimately don't like the motherfucker. It's like shitloads. So when you kind of solicit a response from 30, 40 people, you're gonna find some shit basically. So I guess that's more of a point than a question. That's how it's being played. Exterior is like, oh, Mrgirl, he had this beef with Destiny, primarily based off of the falling out over the subreddit. And him
it'll probably be questioned,
which
Ryan.
To a lot of exterior people seems like a rather minor thing, and as a result, he's going on this holy fucking crusade. That's the exterior perception, and something that I've heard for sure.
Okay.
Yeah. So I guess is your framing, just to turn this into a question that hopefully isn't like shitty. Is your framing like, no, that was never my intent. My intent was to get as much like valid information as possible.
To go on a fishing expedition?
Yeah, kind of just be like, hey, this motherfucker fucked me over. I'm wondering if there's anybody else who fucked him over, and fuck him, and I'm going after him. Like, was that a conscious or subconscious motivation? And obviously, you can't know subconscious. I'm just saying,
how would I
have you considered it?
It was a subconscious motive. Yeah, of course. I've considered it because people really keep bringing it up. No, that's not how I see it. I just see it as I slowly realized the system was more and more abusive as the year went on that I spent in it, until I eventually was like, this needs to change, or I have to leave because I think you treat people badly. And then I just kept learning more and thinking back more until I was like, I think that just leaving is not sufficient. I think that I actually need to say something about this.
Okay. And then So I guess the external curiosity, feel free to say no comment. But the external curiosity is, do you feel like a majority of the weight on this expose or whatever is the fact that Destiny has had sexual misconduct that is inappropriate for somebody of his status and power and blah blah blah? Do you think that's a majority of the weight of the criticism, or do you feel like the majority of the weight of the criticism is basically like, hey, he's basically the king. He's one of the kings of the space. You could say Vosh is as well, but he doesn't deign interact with the plebeians of the fucking space. So Destiny actually has a very unique position to interact with people of lower status. So which by the way, to the plebs, that's fucking awesome. Like I think I literally called in. I was like, hey bro, like as a smaller creator, I appreciate you being willing to like deign to mix up with the plebeians because it helps us out. Which sucks that we're basically in like I don't know, political commentary feudalism, but that is the dynamic. So basically, are you trying to like? Actually, this question just popped into my head. Are you trying to move to like Twitch politics, YouTube democracy? Are you trying to move to Twitch and YouTube politics republicanism? Like what are you trying to shift the space to through this call out of an abuse of power from one of the kings of Twitch politics?
Damn, there was a lot of people knocked down there.
Is there a political?
It was a good grenade, really good grenade.
That's separate from techno feudalism.
I have a few hopes for my piece. One will be that it will get people at least to think about the ethics of what they're doing and the power dynamics that are involved in these relationships. So it'd be nice for me if content creators were thoughtful about how the way they wield their power, affects others.
Okay.
Another thing would be nice if when people are entering a sphere like this, if they've read my article and they can think about what they're getting into, and how to best protect themselves, because
who wants to be a lol cow or a sacrificial lamb for content?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then a third thing would be, I think it would be good to have some clearly defined ethics created and that people are held to, at least hold themselves to, but probably are held to the way they are like in Hollywood.
Interesting.
I think Hollywood's a good comparison because you have all these nebulous relationships and power dynamics forming between people, where a business, a multi-million-dollar business decision could be made on a whim at a party, where someone can say, "Oh, you know what? You'd be great to star in my new Avengers movie."
Weird question. I think you start 3 hours. Are you in like the Pacific Northwest, or are you in California?
I'm in the Pacific Northwest.
Okay. But are you? So weird question, I know. But is the basically, I guess the question is, do you have enough like familial connections or cultural connections to like California where you feel like you're familiar enough to that dynamic? Where kind of like what you're saying is like because we're talking about tens of thousands of dollars. I think that's part of the reason why a lot of people are super dismissive is because we're talking about like most like successful Twitch streamers or YouTube streamers who they're deemed successful if they make like 40 grand a year.
Wait, when you ask about familial connect, you're asking if my family is wealthy?
No, more like if you're like geographically so proximate to California that you're like aware or like familiar with the social and power dynamics of like Los Angeles and California, where it's kind of fucking nepotism. It's who you know, and you don't shit on too many people because
I lived
you
in
gotta
LA
keep a
for
good
8
face
years
in order to make money. You know,
I lived in LA and for 8 years and met plenty of powerful, famous, rich people while there.
Nice.
Okay. And then is that kind of informing your perspective where you're like, hey, this might be like a lower stakes version, but this is still the same shit?
Yeah. The idea that there's and also just Weinstein. The idea that there's Weinstein doesn't get to abuse or rape anybody.
Put Weinstein to bed, please. It's a tired meme.
Without being Harvey Weinstein. If like some big random like gross creepy dude shows up in your hotel room and tries to like go down on you, you're not gonna let him do that, or semi let him do that without him having the career hooks in you. And so I think that reckoning that happened there, where now people think about it.
Well, okay, so if I may, if you'll indulge me, even if you tell me to read the article later or whatever, basically the reason why a lot of people are like super fucking hostile to what you just said is because Destiny is an open coomer. Most people know him to be a coomer, to have multiple sexual relationships. He literally, he says all the time, the reason why I'm in an open relationship is because I don't think it could be any other way. This is the way I interact with the world. This is what I want. I have to have a partner who is okay with it, blah, blah, blah. So for an exterior person, such as myself, an orbiter or whatever, that feels pretty fucking clear. Like it feels like we can hook up, but you'll never be the priority.
Coomer is affectionate. Coomer does not describe an abuse of power. Also, Harvey Weinstein was an open coomer too.
So
everybody knew about Harvey Weinstein.
Right. And they thought it was like playful on some level.
Yeah, or they just were used to it. I mean, like I met Harvey Weinstein and Bob Weinstein.
Wow, really?
And I was told that they're horrible, abusive people, and to be really careful talking to them. Somebody tried to get me to apply for a job working for Scott Rudin, and they were like, oh, he throws shit at his assistants. So yeah, he produced like the social
Get in
network
the
and stuff, but he's,
fucking
like, it would
get
be
in
really
the
great for his
plane,
assistant,
Connor.
but he's gonna throw staplers at
Connor,
you.
get in the fucking
So
plane.
you should just know that going in.
I love you, man.
Okay.
And like you hear stories like that, and it's like, it takes somebody in the system who knows the system well, putting it all together and laying it all out, and then showing
Dude,
it to
I'm
people
watching the
outside the
gameplay.
system, and they're like, oh, what the fuck is going on over there? And you see people like Matt Damon and Quentin Tarantino, like kind of ashamed of themselves, trying to explain like, I didn't know exactly, but I kind of knew, but I didn't do enough.
Okay.
And that's how I feel about Anna. Where people keep being like, what changed your, like, did you know this was happening? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't really know what I don't know. I was
You don't know
confused.
what you knew when you knew it. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of. And so I'm like, even just for myself, I'm like, I want to find out what the fuck happened.
He's trying to farm the
I wanna
bolter?
find
How do you farm a bolter? What?
out. I want to lay it all out.
Oh, does he have a contract?
In a clear, concise way, and see what actually happened, and show people what actually happened.
Then
and I think that like, showing it to the outside world, where you don't just roll your eyes and say, oh, boys will be boys, he's a coomer. Again, that just feels like totally excusing his behavior when you call him a coomer. It's affectionate. It's a term of endearment. It's making fun of him, but it's affectionate, and like it completely obfuscates the effect that he's having on other people.
Well, okay, so for me, I lean a little bit more center right, I would say. And so for me, it's actually not, like I understand that you have that connotation.
You know what I just realized? It's going to be really cool if they add a chaplain to Dark Tide. I'm going to fucking play the shit out of that, dude.
Maybe you're more left than me, but for me, it doesn't have that connotation at all. As a matter of fact, it actually has just to share it, even if you disagree with it, for me, it's like, you can't control your own fucking impulses because you prioritize your sex drive over other things that are more important than in life. And of course, like,
Yeah,
all
but
individuals...
that doesn't encapsulate the power dynamic.
Sure.
It's not a characterization of somebody as being abusive. It's a characterization of somebody being impulsive.
Okay. So if I'm understanding your objection to the term, it's basically the fact that, yeah, you're denigrating them a little bit by calling them impulsively sexual, but it doesn't
Thomas,
include
play,
the fact that you are aware of the fact that you're having
Battlefleet Gothic
your
Armada,
clout, your status,
too.
your fame, your money, whatever. All of that stuff is attractive to exterior people, and you know that, and you use that to your benefit.
Yeah, that you're recruiting other people you have power over to help you gaslight this person and essentially hold her down
My bad.
while you sex with her and psychologically fuck with her.
Well, okay.
And I'm one of the people. I feel like I'm complicit in this. I did a couples therapy stream with them. I helped Anna and Steven talk about their feelings with each other under completely false pretenses. I was roped into being complicit in this, and I'm fucking disgusted by it.
Were they sexting at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Oh,
and I was not made aware of this.
Okay. So they're off and on, hot and cold, fucking. And by the way, I'm not trying to be dismissive. I'm just trying to say the. Okay. I'm tracking. I remember that conversation actually.
Yeah, and so if I knew that he was sexting her the whole time, I would never have agreed to do that conversation. That conversation would have been me saying, "What the fuck are you doing to this person?" Instead, I got roped into being like, "Oh well, I think she feels this and you feel this and blah blah blah," because I bought the narrative.
Still haven't
and I
watched that
and
conversation.
I'm obviously angry about it, and I'm angry at Steven about it, but also I'm angry at myself. I just feel disgusted with myself that I bought that I was able to be sold this, and the only reason I was able to be sold it is because of what was being offered to me at the time.
Okay. Can I offer you a counter narrative, and you can tell me what you think about it? And by the way, like I'm not being defensive. I'm just offering the fucking counter narrative for your rebuttal.
that is being defensive, but sure.
Okay. Call it apologia, whatever you want to call it. About like
yes, I think it is apologia.
Rhetorical apologia. Okay.
Okay.
So
I disagree. I find it very disturbing that he views this as apologia, giving a good faith counterexample to this shit to Destiny as being apologia. That's weird.
Basically, the apologia, and I would be very curious to hear your rebuttal. Maybe I'll get a no comment out of this.
I think you're probably gonna get a no comment, but
that's fine. So I'll read the fucking article or whatever. So one of the apologia comments is the ratio of people that Mr. Destiny hooks up with is disproportionately Tinder hookups, casual flings, people who, kind of know what they're getting into, other streamers of similar clout and significance, people who, know the lifestyle that he's engaged in and agreed to it beforehand, and that he, because he's seen so many people get absolutely thrashed by sexual impropriety allegations, he is constantly checking in from a consent basis perspective that this is appropriate, it's okay, they consent to it, they know what they're getting into, blah, blah, fucking blah, right? And so do you feel like, because the foundations from an exterior perspective are Lav and Anna, do you feel like there's enough corroborative evidence outside of these two people that either that is not the case, or it's kind of like a wheat and chaff scenario where, yeah, like...
Thank you for the $5, Ruhans. Would you interview Mrgirl or Destiny? I mean, I talked to both of them. Love to see your no-nonsense approach. Also like the stream reminder, gotta help where I can. Also 40k PvP only? What are you talking about? Talking about Warhammer 40k PvP only? What do you mean 40k PvP?
There's a shitload of other relationships that are appropriate or potentially appropriate based off of your ethical standards, but then there's other relationships that are inappropriate that are smuggled in. You can say no comment, and I'll go take a fucking... like, I can be back in a second, but I need to take a piss.
Okay.
If you want to say no comment, say no. Okay, all right, fair. All right,
comment.
all right, got it. Will you be here when I return?
Sure.
Okay, then I'm going to pee, and I will try to continue to ask questions that are appropriate based off of your
muted, or should I talk to chat?
You can talk to chat if you fucking want. They can fucking wait if they want. Fucking.
Or I'll talk to chat.
But okay, so I wanna chastise chat real quick. 5 years deep. There are 215 fucking people here right now, and it's my normally I'm at like 50, right? I am trying to be a positive person, a positive force in the world, somebody who takes 10% of this fucking clout goblin fight blood energy and channel it into something positive. And you cunts are here for the potentially negative interaction between myself and Mrgirl, or the revelations that he's being cagey about to come out in this stream because you're interested in it, right? Which is fine. Everybody's interested by drama, interpersonal shit, whatever. My frustration with that is, because I'm a morally grandstanding piece of shit myself, is there is a gentleman in Ukraine right now. He's a friend of mine, Twitter mutual. We've known each other for 2 or 3 years, and he's trying to go to college during a war. His brother is currently enlisted in the army, might die soon, and is an artilleryman, so the Russians are targeting him specifically. And I wanted to raise $600 for a fucking generator so this guy can have stable power for him to go to college. Okay? So I know that if I did a stream, a fundraising stream, in order to help out my friend my Twitter mutual friend who has heart failure, and and if I did a fundraising stream for my friend who's in Ukraine who needs a generator in order to go to college, I would have like 50 to 100 of you cunts, and I might be able to raise the money because I have good, well-intended friends who have a decent chunk of cash and they're willing to throw it to me so I can throw it to good causes, which is awesome. But I just want to point out that my original message back to Mrgirl, where this is blood and it just is what it is, and this is the fucking Coliseum, and basically people need to know what they need to get into, is because now I have this like fucking massive goddamn drama stream, and that's not even the fucking intent. I would rather do the more positive shit. But I will go piss. I'll be back. And frankly, there's 222 of you fucking cunts between YouTube and Twitch chat. If I don't have 222 cunts on the fucking fundraising stream next week, then I will personally find your fucking IP and kick you in the dicks. So with that being said, Mrgirl, please entertain them for a fucking minute. I'm going to go take a piss. Yep. I'll be right back.
I got it.
It'd kick you in the dicks.
Let the quick statements flow. That's right. Bring it on, everybody. Hello, AD. Sir, this is a Wendy's. I do feel you were able to flesh out your stance better here. Yeah, it's been nice. It's nice knowing that Connor is 100% on my side and completely backing everything I say. It's very nice of him to make that clear to you guys. No, I agree that it's been a good conversation. Mrgirl, want to play a game? I do want to play a game. I want to play a game. When your article comes out, will you stream and cover it yourself, or will you leave it to Destiny to set the narrative on it? I think I will stream. I don't know if I'll read it aloud. Fuck, maybe I will. But no, I'll answer questions about it. What happened with Dr. K? I don't know. I haven't heard from the Board of Registration of Medicine. Won't Twitch ban CounterPoints? Is he streaming on Twitch? I don't know. I think if I keep my face off of it, I think they're better about that. I miss your old content, Mr. You used to be cool, man, before you turned into a bitch.
Whoa!
There will always be new, evolving content for you to miss. Max, do you feel that you think that I think you're an actual terrible person? I don't know. I think that if we had a real conversation one-on-one, you might not think I'm a terrible person, but if that's how you feel, then that makes me feel sad. Would you still be doing all this if Steven had agreed to your demands on the moderation of his Reddit? I think that it might have been delayed, but I think that there are probably other issues we would have had of my problems with how he treats people that would have come to a head. But also, even if it's true that I wouldn't be doing it, that just means that I'm a shitty person who ignores people being abused in front of me if I get what I want, which is bad. I know you keep reading it the other way to say like you're only doing this because of that, but the way I see it is the only reason I didn't do this earlier is because I was deeply compromised by the benefits I got by being in Steven's sphere.
Well, and so for this, like I'm still relatively agnostic. Call it fucking Cope or call it fucking 5 years of fucking Miller Lite. But the reason why I'm agnostic, maybe it's because I've seen things through a frame, right? Steven's charming. He's charismatic. He's intelligent. He knows how to debate. He's a ripe fucking cunt. But when he's cunts to people you don't like, that's fun. And then I think with the Anna thing in particular, a lot of us saw perhaps.
By the way, is the audio matching up with the movement of his mouth enough? Was that fixed a while ago? I feel like it got fixed, and I never really had people comment on it.
Some negative attributes to Anna, which I know you think is unfair.
Speaking of comments, why don't you like, subscribe, and comment on the stream? Engagement with the stream does help boost the algo and help get new people into the stream. You help get new people engaged. If you like the stream, drop some of that. And if you like to stream a lot, maybe slide me a dono, maybe a membership, get some emotes. That's something you could do. I appreciate it a lot. Like I said, I've been saving up to be able to go to programming boot camp, be able to get my certificate so that I can actually get my career off the ground so late in my life. Me and my brother are trying to both do it so that way we can establish a firm financial base for me and him in the future. If you'd like to support that venture, any amount would help a lot, as well as if you don't want to give us any money, liking the stream helps a lot as well. It helps a ton. Thank you. And also talking in chat helps. It is another way you can help completely for free for you. Because any type of engagement with the stream, chatting, commenting, subscribing, liking, boosts the algo, helps bring new people into the stream. Thank you so much for your consideration. Thank you to 30 people that just liked the video, 33 of you who just liked the video, 33. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you.
To point those out, considering the power dynamics and all that kind of shit. But I think that's why a lot of people that you're probably beefing with are...
It's a middle school teacher and a student. Being like, no, you guys don't understand. This chick is fucking crazy. And I'm just like, no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Okay, so just my mild pushback, and then maybe we can get back into like good faith questions that you might like more. I think so. Actually, I'll just ask the question that I already know the fucking answer to. Your answer to this, if I say they're both adults are making decisions, they know what the fuck to get into. Your answer will be the power dynamic overrules whatever conscious decisions people think they're making because they're like moths to fucking flame because they see power, wealth, clout, and a intelligent, charismatic man, and they can't.
I don't think it's inherent. I see the chat is getting upset. I'm not saying that it's inherently. Yes, it's a middle school teacher and a student is inherently unethical, and there's no way that it can be done that it is ethical. 100%. I'm not saying that's true of a streamer. Yeah, streamer and an orbiter. There's probably a way to do it that is ethical.
Mm-hmm.
What happened with Anna is not that.
Okay.
So I'm saying that his relationship with Anna has been inherently unethical because not inherently. It's been unethical because of the way he has conducted himself. Not just because of the power dynamic, but because I believe he abuses his power. Not just because he has it, but because he abuses it.
Okay, so let's actually let me ask you a question that I think would be kind of pertinent to the way people are going to perceive the outcome of this, basically. So a lot of people are used to people having a lot of clout, having a lot of influence, and then there's a big drama, big kerfuffle. People fly too close to the sun, they get burned, and they're no longer relevant. Fuck, that's like so common in our fucking space. And so in this circumstance, do you feel like whatever sins you hold against Destiny, do you feel like these sins are forgivable, where he could modify his behavior? And
defining an orbiter is
he could
difficult.
have relationships with orbiters. He could be a fucking happy-go-lucky coomer. He could engage in the whatever kind of dismissive.
I can't answer.
Trib, that is the most that is the difficult thing. This is why I say the orbiter thing is so complex. What if Destiny started interacting with somebody, was friends with somebody, and then they became an orbiter after they started like a sexual or even romantic relationship, and then it was like it's very complicated or whatever. But this is why I don't view the orbiter as full stop being bad. But generally speaking, I think the environment would be a better place if we didn't mix professionalism with romantic or sexual relationships. Generally speaking, it's not unethical. It's a supererogatory thing. It just probably be for the best, right? People can stand to get hurt. People can get confused on things that might be very obvious, very clear to many other people. But yeah, that's where it is. Yeah, that's what happened with Lav. What happened with Lav?
This without answering what I.
Oh, Coomer before orbiter status. Oh, I see. Yeah, for sure.
What's coming out?
What I know. Yeah.
Okay. But so I'll ask it broader, and then you can kind of tell me from your perspective. Do you think there's like a path to redemption, or are these sins unforgivable?
I can't answer that. That's just the same question, but
it's very broad with open spaces for plausible deniability.
It's very tempting to answer, but it's not.
Okay.
It's not ethical for me to answer because the way I'm doing the interviews is I'm saying everything's off the record.
Right. Okay.
For now, everything's off the record until we get everything we have all lined up, and then we go down and we decide who wants to be on board and who doesn't want to be on board. And the things that are not on the record are locked away forever. So I can't answer anything that reveals anything about what I do or do not No.
Okay, so just to be charitable with what you said as much as possible, I'm trying to think about this. So there are more than just me, you, Lav, and Anna. Different people have agreed to different levels of fucking secrecy. As much as people have objected to the introduction of being weighting the question, you're trying to show your cards up front, and then on the follow-up, you're basically trying to be as ethical as possible, where you're saying, hey, like, if you don't want to reveal this, or if you don't want to be a part of this, or if you can't take the shit or whatever, then that's fine. We're just going to have a conversation so I can understand the breadth of what's going on.
Yeah, I don't want to force people to, like, if they like this is going south and everybody wants to jump ship, I'm not going to force people to. I mean, okay, if you go on the record with me, you're on the record, and you can't remove it. But I'm telling
people.
I mean, yeah, like you don't get to write the article once it's on the record. It's on the record. But I'm telling everybody, if you're off the record, and I recommend people go off the record if they have something that they're worried about, coming out or their name being attached to, or if they're just like a source who's going to tell me about other stuff that doesn't involve them. Just stay off the record. Wait till you see what is shaping up. If you think there's enough people coming forward that you feel comfortable standing among them, or you think I'm handling this well enough, or if has like Destiny successfully scared you out of wanting to be part of it, because the way he's attacking me.
Is that weird? Saying on the record means you can't back out? No, it's not weird at all. No, that's not weird. Like, you can't go up to the stand and give testimony on somebody being a rapist and then be like, oh, yeah, by the way, actually, I take my testimony back. I'd be like, fuck you. No, that's not something you can do, especially when it was critical for a case being made. Real question is, who has more clout? Not in this space, but in general, based on all social media presence, who has more power, Destiny or Lav? It depends. So this is something I talked about before. It depends on the subject. Because if you're talking about like sexual impropriety, like a statement about sexual abuse, Lav has way more power because she's a woman with a platform. And that shit can kill a man of massive stature, even if they're a fucking nobody. That can kill your career, right? There's so many people that have had their career goddamn destroyed because of just some woman with a Twitter account. Okay? You have so much power depending on what the accusation is made. But if the accusation is that he's like racist or something, it's like whatever. But there's also people whose career hasn't been destroyed by these things. But yeah, it depends on the accusation. It really does.
Whatever.
Okay.
Whatever it is.
Women cry, white women cry, niggas die.
So I can't answer anything about what is going to be in the article other than like if you're saying it's like with like yeah, I can't answer it.
Okay, so let me make a prediction. I feel like I'm a relatively astute person even when I have some beers in me. So basically, I'm not saying this is what's happening. I'm just saying this is the way your most visceral opponents will take this.
Sure.
We're getting a little more discerning about accusations at least. Yeah, I agree.
Most people had deemed you persona non grata. As a result, that was
but literally Lav has a history. She fucking falsely accused somebody, well, now two people, of sexual misconduct, and there's people that ran with it. Thank God everybody had Hassan's back or whatever, and the literal false claim of statutory rape didn't go through because she was actually a cave troll and decided to falsely accuse a man of statutory rape. That would be my number one question towards Mrgirl, and something that I actually think I might have a conversation with him about is whether or not he condemns Lav, somebody that he's vehemently defended, for falsely accusing a man of statutory rape. Like that's just fucking ridiculous.
It's difficult to locate conversations, et cetera, et cetera. As a result of this conversation, there might be people who are encouraged because there's a shitload of negative criticisms of your opener, which I think from like a law enforcement investigative standpoint are borderline warranted, just to share my perspective. But there's at least from what you're saying right now, there's like an understandable motivation. And as a result of that understandable motivation, there might be people who are heartened to come forward. And if we didn't have this conversation, not saying this is true, but if we didn't have this conversation, there would be less people who would be willing to do it because they would basically see that it was heading south. So I'm not saying that's positive or negative. I don't really give a fuck. I'm kind of, I'm with you and Steven. Yeah, sorry, go ahead, buddy.
I need to project that this is serious, that this article is going to be serious. It's going to be well written. It's going to not be me rambling or it's putting shit that's not relevant together. It's going to be concise, clear. It's going to lay out my it's going to just lay out, hopefully will be a factual accounting that tells the truth as best as I possibly can. And it will also lay out some of my own personal perspectives kind of separately from that. That's the goal. I want to project that if you come forward and
would
you talk
it
to
be
me,
3 or waiting? Did she accuse Destiny of sexual misconduct, or are you talking about with this? You're talking about with this article because she's like supporting the article. I mean, the reason why I put the first two is because she knowingly made 2 false claims. The first one was over some dude like asking her to eat his ass, like giving him a rim job. She falsely accused that guy of sexual assault, or fucking, by the sounds of it, rape. And then she obviously knowingly falsely accused Hassan of statutory rape. It's all about, she called him Harvey Weinstein. I don't really count that as much. I guess, yeah, you know what, if somebody wants to say that, sure. What I was primarily referring to was like a actual claim, staked out, thought through, made, defended, and shit like that. Not just kind of like a offhanded comment. Even though technically that offhanded comment was an allegation. Well, is it? I don't think that's a formal allegation. But it is the implication. It's not a formal allegation, but it is an allegation, right? I don't know. I'd have to think about that.
That you will be kept safe. You are not going to be exploited. This is serious, and you can back out at any time. I have not leaked any DMs. I've not leaked any sources, and I'm not going to. At the same time, I don't want to say, like, I don't want to be seen as, like, overplaying my hand and say, like, oh, I have such serious stuff that, like, this is, like, blah, blah. So it's kind of a weird target I'm trying to hit of projecting, like, you know.
No, I'm with you. Fuck external perception. This is
I think the best way to do that is to just say as little as I can.
Yeah, no, and I'm okay with that. And just to share where people are like, Connor, you're normally such a rational fella. Why are you fucking doing this shit? The reason why is because I think that Destiny and Mrgirl do share a moral premise that I also share, which is the truth is the fucking truth. What is. Like, so basically, obviously, there's like framing and rhetoric and clout and money and all that kind of stuff, and all of that can confuse truth and blah blah blah. But the truth is, I think the only way you can figure out what's true is by having fucked up, weird, aggressive, shitty conversations, which I think you'll notice in my fucking DM. That's part of the reason why I was kind of rejecting you a little bit, because I was like, this is just part of the space, bro. This is just how it works. People are fucking cruel and evil and fucked up and weird. But the outcome of having aggressive, weird, fucked up conversations, I think, is generally positive for society. So I'm still agnostic because I think you've held back a good chunk of what you know or believe. But basically, I would much rather have this conversation than be a fucking pussy and have like, dude, I make like I'm just gonna be real. I make between like $500 and $1,500 off of fucking YouTube. I'm sorry, I have a job, that pays me fucking 5 times that, 10 times that, right? So this
Damn. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, $500 to $1,500 off of YouTube? It's actually a fair bit of money, relatively speaking. That's not. Well, 500. I guess that is a pretty broad. It's a 3x yield on the low end of that. So I guess it is pretty broad, but I don't know. That's decent income. Well, I don't know. My standards for income are really bad.
Obviously, I want it to be full time. I want the clout. I want the all that shit that all orbiters are attracted to. But I'm also not going to sacrifice my fucking morality for it either. So whatever is, say la vie. Fucking, and if people fucking dislike me for it, it is what it is. So fuck them in their stupid fucking asses. The only thing, okay,
Marcus,
let me say this.
The
only thing, I'm still agnostic, and I don't know if Destiny feels like he's right and you feel like you're right, and you're both just autistic pieces of shit, which is entirely possible. But that doesn't mean that this conversation doesn't need to be had, right? So even if you're wrong, even if you don't have that much of a fucking, like you said, I don't want to oversell what I have. I just want to tell what I do have. I think that's admirable in a way, and I think this dust will settle. So it will. We will move on. We will survive, I think. So fuck yeah. But I guess
you'll survive.
Hopefully. I hope
I don't know that I don't know that all. I think that some of the rest of us won't.
I agree with you. And if I can say something shitty but admirable, is one of the things that I think Destiny has said consistently that I think is worth some level of respect, is he does not believe you are spite driven. He believes that you are driven by your internal sense of morality. So you're not like, oh hey, fuck Destiny, he fucking banned me from the subreddit, fuck him, I'm gonna find whatever shit I can. You do believe that you're on a relative moral crusade in order to improve the world, which makes you dangerous, but also makes you interesting. So.
Well, thanks, Connor.
Well, listen, I'm still I'm gonna wait for the fuck like I hate to pay you like a fucking compliment sandwich, but then also hedge my bets. My bets are, regardless of whatever fucking fallout hits me,
Chill,
you
Ruhan.
got people's attention. They're waiting to see what the fuck it is, and then also
I'm happy with a very
this would be my
small
thing.
amount of
Like I try to macro every
I don't
perspective. I'm
spend
sorry for
much.
rambling. I'll shut up in a second. If you were participating in the NFL, like in like 1910 or some shit, and you're like, bro, I'm making the equivalent of the 1910 version of like 300 grand a year. I'm getting pussy. I'm getting famous. People fucking love me. I'm a goddamn hero. And the price of being a fucking hero is some people have to fucking get concussions. Some people have to like lose vertebrae. Some people have to die, and some people have to get pulverized. I think that's like an okay thing or an understandable thing to say as an individual. But if what ends up happening is through other people getting fucking pulverized, paralyzed, fucked up by the entire situation, is you start wearing fucking pads and helmets, and the NFL is forced to take care of your medical care after you give them a decade of hard service. That's an okay thing to develop from people complaining. So I'm good with that. So
okay, but I just want to again say that I don't think that the psychological injuries sustained by Anna or Lav or me.
You think? Wait, Jay's sidekick. What? I'm not playing
probably
the
not
game.
by anybody else I'm going to write about.
Are equivalent to loose vertebrae?
Yeah. Oh, they're not equivalent because they're not inherent to what we're doing.
Okay. Interesting.
The way that I believe Stephen is abusive is not necessary for some of it is connected to making money and content, but some of it's not. And
yeah, and if I could just share like a moral perspective, or not a moral perspective, just like a diagnosis where I think I kind of casually said like it is what it is to you in a DM.
Right, and I'm just saying I think that
some of it is not what it is.
Right, it doesn't need to. Yeah, some of it is not what it is. It doesn't need to be this way.
It does not need to be what it is.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So I agree with your criticisms of streaming and political discussion on streams. That absolutely yes, some of it is inherently abusive and some of it's inherently destructive, and it would
some
be
of it
great
can
to
be
mitigate
mitigated
that.
by putting on fucking pads.
Wait, does Mrgirl realize that tackling isn't integral to football? You could technically say that you could technically make like football like what is it? Flag football, where they take off the flags instead of tackle them down. Like flag football was a thing for a reason. Like it's not integral to. The point is, at some point, you're going to make a change so significant that it's going to change the way that the game or whatever is done, that it becomes something different in most people's minds. And I would argue Mrgirl is absolutely requesting that of debate spaces. He is making an argument to stop dogpiling. He's just, no, absolutely, no. Absolutely. To the point where it's going to be unrecognizable. If you're going to come into a chat room full of 8 different people and say something stupid, you are going to get dogpiled. If you go into a chat room, one-on-one, publicly monitored, and say something stupid, you're going to get people posting online on Twitter that you're dumb. You should not be like, oh, I love it when they post great things about me. Millions of people could post great things about me. And then be like, dude, the guy hosting this is the most abusive piece of shit because now that I said something stupid in public, everyone's shitting on me. Shit on the people that are shitting on you in public, if that's what you want. The individual Twitter accounts. Don't shit on the person that just gave you something you liked and you enjoyed, and now as soon as you said something that isn't so agreeable, you start casting whatever shit, man. That's fucking lame. Don't spoil the shit for the rest of us. I like that dynamic. I love that dynamic. I love it that if I say something stupid, I'm going to be held to account. I liked it when I went inside of the Discord and I started talking about rape. I started talking about, the claims that Mrgirl was a rapist. I liked how many DMs I got trying to explain some point of view, to explain the lines of rape afterwards, why I was wrong, why some people thought I was right, some people explaining some in depth on what they were saying to me after the fact. I like that. I like it. It keeps me honest. I do not want people fucking jerking me off every single time I come on and I make a mistake, all right? Of course, that doesn't mean I want people to be hostile to the nth degree or whatever, but I like the availability for people to go through and be like, hey, look, man, I don't think you made a good performance. I thought you were pretty bad. Here's the reasons why. All right, let me know.
Yes,
actually taking
but that's
care
not.
of
But
shit.
yes, and I may talk about that in the article. But for the most part, the article is going to be about things that Destiny has done that he did not meet.
Yeah, I should have transitioned into liking the damn video. Damn, dude. Oh man. Enough tea. NFT. What is it? Dude. I don't know. I missed the opportunity. Like the damn stream. We're almost at 400 anyway.
And that is not what it is that were not necessary that I think were abusive.
Okay. And then my only, it's not even a pushback, it's more like a comment.
What if the outcomes are negative after what Mrgirl is doing, though? I think Connor is missing the point. What if Destiny just refuses to interact with small streamers like Hassan? Oh, it's way worse. Yeah, it's way worse. I mean, Destiny talked about how much fucking cancer it is to interact with this shit if these are the outcomes. That's part of the reason why I don't want it to change, is because the way that it is not only fine, I think it's fucking great right now. Changing it in such an unpredictable way is such a, like, why? Why would we do this? It's already great right now. Don't fix what ain't broke, because you might just break it. Like, no, fuck that. Hell no. It is great right now. You have a couple of babies that are crying about having some goddamn Reddit posts. It is what it is, man. That ain't my fault. That ain't my problem. If you're losing sleep, if whatever shit. I'm sorry, but it is. Like, I'm sorry. It's not childish. It's not being a baby or whatever. It is, like, grown people can't really handle this type of shit. That's fine. That's great if you can't handle it. Leave the community. It's the same prescription I'll give anybody. You can't handle that shit without massive mental repercussions? That's okay. Leave the community. It ain't my problem that you don't know how to handle it when niggas say something stupid about you. That ain't my problem. That you grew up, ain't not enough people around you criticized you growing up. Not enough people said you were on some stupid shit. That's not my problem. That's not my problem.
I can respect the football player who basically he, says this shit comes with pussy, it comes with money, it comes with clout, it comes with fame, it comes with this and it comes with that, and as a result, I want it to stay the same. I'm not gonna dog the fucking person who's already a part of the system.
Well, Hans, thank you for joining as a member, first member of the day. Thank you.
Who's benefiting from it, and as a result, they want to perpetuate it. What I would say is basically, like, dude, I don't know what the fuck you have. Honestly, you've kind of been vague intentionally.
But to be fair, if Mrgirl does come through with true evidence of this, he would be right, just to be fair. Nothing I said is impacted by his article at all. He could come out with all of the evidence in the world that Destiny is the worst sexual abuser in the history of mankind, worse than Weinstein, and it does not affect a word I just said. What I just said was that the debate space is fucking based the way that it is, and if Destiny, for some reason, stops doing it, I hope somebody else does it. Because this shit is fucking based. It helps keep people honest, helps keep people on their toes, and it helps build people's understanding of argumentation and the politics that we engage in. That's 100% the case. And I hope somebody remakes it if Destiny decides to stop doing it. That being said, if Destiny has committed sexual impropriety, we'll find out. Maybe not through Mrgirl's article, but I'm sure it'll come out sometime. But I don't know, man. We'll see. We'll see. I don't think Mrgirl will answer a single question about Lav until well after his article is out. That's probably true.
So, but I would say if positive reforms come through this, where we kind of realize, like, we need to be clear, like, and by the way, I'm not saying Destiny didn't already do this because I'm agnostic to this shit, blah, blah, blah,
That's
caveat. But what I am saying is, like, if orbiters understand that sex, money, clout, fame, Twitch parties, drinking alcohol, doing cocaine with your favorite fucking E-celebrities, hanging out, all that kind of shit, secrets, lies, backstabbing, all that bullshit, if there was a way to do it more ethically, as we're creating this new space, because this is a new fucking space, that's fine. It's a part of the evolution of the space. And what we should do is try to minimize the amount of people that we have to crucify. And by that, I do mean if Anna is like a legitimate victim of psychological manipulation, blah, 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 then she doesn't have to be crucified in order for this space to improve. And if Destiny thought that he was genuinely doing the best he could with his sexual relationships, and he just made some fucking stupid choices, which I know you don't agree with, but if he made some fucking stupid choices, but he can improve his choices in the future, then all right, fuck it. You know, it's kind of the evolution of the space, and this is the Wild West, and we're settling it. So
well,
expect some motherfuckers to get scalped.
Yeah, you just keep coming back to it is what it is, and I just don't agree with that. I think it's too
archaic, barbarian, cruel, Darwinian.
Yeah, it's not though. It's like
dismissive.
It's Dahmerian. It's sick. It's torture. It's people feeding their fucking sick appetites by being abusive and twisted for no fucking reason. I just don't see the glory in what you're talking about. Also with Anna, it's not sufficient for him to just do better from now on.
There has to be,
she's been,
from your perspective, there has to be some level of atonement.
There has to be a public reckoning, not just atonement. Like I'm not like I don't. It's not like I want Steven to like pay for his sins. It's that her name has been smeared, and it needs to be unsmeared. Her reputation has suffered horribly, and there needs to be a public reckoning and public accounting of how that happened and why it happened. The truth needs to be told.
That you fucking
for
free, bro.
What'd you say?
No, I was memeing a little bit.
Set you
But
free?
the truth will set you fucking free. And like, all right, this is a half meme, but one of my favorite quotes, which I hope to the roughly fucking 200 people or whatever who are here, almost 300. One of my favorite quotes from Mark Twain is, "I never lie. That way I don't have to remember anything." And so what I would encourage young people who are listening to this is basically the fact that, like,
based quote,
don't fucking lie, bro, because basically
quote.
that shit always comes to bite you in the fucking ass.
Based quote.
But what I'm trying to say is that if you lie about somebody else, it bites you in the ass, but it harms them.
Of course. Yeah.
And that's wrong.
Sure. And if I seem Dahmer-esque, Darwinian, whatever, it is what it is, too much. I don't know if you're like fully aware of my background, but I come from, I've kind of brought this up with like friends when we're talking about the situation. I'm a former Marine and a former law enforcement officer, so my moral continuum includes people taking mentally handicapped people and or young people and or people who are fanatically obsessed with a cult, strapping bombs to them, walking them into a crowd and killing dozens of people. And then my other moral perspective includes people like putting out cigarettes on their children. So basically, if I seem dismissive, I'm not saying this is correct. I'm not saying you're incorrect in criticizing negative moral behavior and we can be better and we can create a better society. I'm just saying that if I seem particularly cruel or dismissive, it's partially from my personal experience and my own callousness to human suffering depending on degree. So if I seemed cruel,
damn,
I'm not quite sorry, but I'm a little sorry.
It's yourself that I think you're being cruel to. I think that I'm going to get this from a lot of the orders where I'm going to say,
You liking Dark
I
Tide?
want to
I am, but I'm
talk
not
to
the
you. I
one
want to
playing
advocate
right
for
now.
you, and I want to give you a space in my article. If there's anything you want to add, anything you want to tell me, anything you want to confide in me, they're reacting like, oh, you want my help? You want me to help you? You want me to try to help you take down Destiny? You want me to try to help you get you out of the jam that you got yourself in? That's not like I am.
You know what I am doing, but he's not doing? I'm doing a giveaway of 6 free months of Xbox Game Pass. Sweet! And I know what you're thinking. I don't have an Xbox. Why the fuck would I care about some giveaway? Some pussy-ass console shit. I know what you're thinking there. But Xbox Game Pass, I have news for you. Xbox Game Pass is a PC usable Netflix-like game subscription service. It is crazy. Wow, crazy. It's like Netflix in that it has a roster of games that are curated and selected that you can play at the drop of a hat the moment you have a subscription for that service. I have 6 passes, 1 month passes, valid only in the United States, so I'm sorry to anybody who lives outside of the United States, that will allow you to be able to gain access to the roster. I love this product. However, the codes were given to me when I went to TwitchCon. I went up to the Xbox Game Pass booth and I asked for some to give away on stream. They gave me 12 to be able to give away on stream. I gave away 6 earlier on stream to my Twitch chat. And later tomorrow, on YouTube, I'm going to be giving away another 6. If you want to participate in that, you don't have to like, subscribe, or anything. But I do recommend you subscribe and maybe push the notification bell. I'm not sure if that's required for streams, but I do recommend you do that for the purposes of being around when it happens. Right? You can even do it, unsub and whatever afterwards if that's something you would like to do. But I would only recommend that primarily for the fact that I'm going to be, when I do it, I'm going to do it on YouTube. That way you can stay updated. Another alternative thing you can do is join my Discord, and I should announce it in Discord when that's going down. I'll at everybody. I forgot to do that for Twitch. Sorry. I'll at everybody when I'm deciding to do it for YouTube. So if you want to join my Discord, the link is inside of the description down below. Those are 2 ways you can try and stay up to date with when that's going to happen. Also, if you like the stream, like the fucking stream, okay? It helps boost the algo. It helps bring new individuals to the stream. It's great. I'm not going to be announcing it on Twitter, though, because I do not want... because a lot of people who aren't really affiliated with me or kind of tangentially affiliated with me or whatever can find it through Twitter, not as much Discord. And I want to try and make it pretty exclusively centered around this community right now. I don't want to give one of the game passes to some random person who's really never in the stream, who only came here for the giveaway. I don't really believe in doing these giveaways for people. I don't believe in doing giveaways in general for publicity. I believe in doing giveaways for a core community base that likes to engage with me and with other people in the community. I like that idea more of kind of rewarding people in the community and kind of sharing things with people in the community, because that's the reason why I'm doing it. I love Xbox Game Pass. I've had it ever since I first tried it. I love the product. And so I want to give the product to as many people as possible that I believe might actually like it as well. And I think that's a part of my core community. So yeah, that's the whole point. Yeah. Like the stream if you enjoyed the stream though. Thank you.
Doing this to advocate for all of us. And I know that's not how it's going to be perceived, but I think I'm going to get a lot of fuck you, I'm fine, I'm okay with being treated this way, I knew what I signed up for. I think I'm going to hear a lot of that as I
sift through the
talk
replies.
To the orders. Yeah, either through the replies, or I'll see it when they screenshot my DM and tweet out that I should go fuck myself.
Yeah. So just to steel man without being a cunt. I do think that while you've taken on this like moral crusade and perhaps something good can be derived from it, I think part of the reason why you experienced some hostility, even probably from me, is because at least as somebody who has not suffered much under the system, I'm relatively okay with it. And I wanted to bring this up to you, perhaps like if you can compartmentalize this into the things that you're considering. We are not individuals. Like I understand we are, like we're human beings with feelings and thoughts and blah blah blah. But what we are in the Twitch and YouTube politics space is we are avatars for ideology. And of course, like the sex shit, set it aside. I heard you. I heard you and I understand you. But when it comes to the political shit, I think we all understand that there is a price to be paid for advocating for our beliefs in public, and as a result, there will be people who dislike us, and there will be people who try to attack us and shit on us, and who do not like what we stand for. That's just kind of the nature of the business that we're in. So when you kind of took on this crusade, perhaps without our consent or knowledge or whatever, you might have thought that you were doing the right thing based off of your perception of reality, but I had no fucking idea. I had no idea what the fuck you were up to. And to be honest, from the exterior perception, it looked like you and Destiny got into a fucking pissing match based off of the subreddit. And as a result of you guys getting into a pissing match, you decided to fucking go on a fucking holy war against Destiny. I hate to fucking say that to you, but that's what it fucking looks like. So
well, that's what he said. So of course that's how.
But the chronology, the frame, like I think multiple things can be true.
Wait,
at
can we talk about that framing? Wait, he's like, Connor puts out a very intuitive, obvious thing that it looks like, and then he's like, the reason why it looks like that is because Destiny said, no, the reason why it looks like that is because you made it look like that. You were like, oh yeah, Destiny, I'm not trying to hold you to the fire on this. I'm just using my participation in your community as a bargaining chip. And if you decide to not, cave to my requests, that's fine, but I'm no longer going to be in this community. Okay, that's fine. He didn't cave to the request. Mrgirl should have left the community. But on his way out the fucking door, he's like, you know what? You're just going to let me leave? You're just going to let me walk out the door? And Destiny's like, yeah, I'm going to let you leave. And then he's like, you know what? Actually, you're a sexual abuser. Huh? You know that, Steven? That's what it looks like. That's literally what it looks like to anybody on the outside. That's what it looks like to anybody on the outside. Any person. That's what it looks like.
You can have a moral crusade that you absolutely fucking believe in, and you also could have been pissed at Destiny a little bit for not being better to it. Which, by the way, like this kind of fits into the frame. You could be pissed at him for saying you're an incredibly intelligent, emotionally intelligent, despite being mildly sociopathic, emotionally intelligent human being. If you wanted to create a better world, you have the power to do so. You have the time.
Didn't Destiny say it was not that, though? Yeah, I think he said that Mrgirl genuinely believes these things and it wasn't spite-driven or anything. But yeah, it looks spite-driven, 100%. Do you think it's over the line for Max to contact somebody who blocked him? Yes, I do. I stated pretty specifically, Brittany Simon blocking him should have been... He should not have tried to contact Brittany Simon. She blocked him. I believe that's harassment, just to be clear. I believe it is an obvious line of harassment. If somebody blocks you, do not DM them. Somebody said, no, I do not care, do not contact me, and then you contact them. That is obvious harassment.
But it's kind of like holding a key.
Wait, are you saying I'm mildly sociopathic?
I said he was mildly sociopathic, but I also do think that you're mildly sociopathic, just to be honest.
Why do you think I'm sociopathic?
So call it destiny framing, call it whatever the fuck you want. But basically, what I perceive, and bear in mind this is not from this conversation, this is from previous conversations, is that you can have a conversation with somebody where they are expressing a large amount of uncomfortability with your perspective. As a matter of fact, like I don't want to sidetrack into a debate, but I think Star is an example. She brought up a boundary that I agree with. I don't think, and I'm not trying to strawman you, but I think that you should have tests for your partners. You should say, if I am going to put my penis in your vagina, or if you're going to stick a dick in my vagina.
I also think that. That's why I said it was a good, healthy sexual boundary.
Interesting.
Listen,
Was that lost in the conversation?
I don't know. I said it like 20 times. I said the point. I said the point I'm making is that one person's healthy, necessary sexual boundary is going to be experienced by somebody else as an annoying test.
Okay.
So like, if I know I'm not going to rape you, for me, it's just annoying for you to like test to see if I'm going to rape you, right? It's an unpleasant experience for me to be tested where I feel like I'm being like racially profiled, basically. Okay. I feel like you're saying lots of men are rapists, and so I think you might be one. But if I know that I'm not a threat to you, it's annoying for me. But from your perspective, that could be a healthy sexual boundary that you're setting. But for me, it would feel like a power play, and both things can be true. So I was saying that I think that there's a way to talk about both perspectives at the same time without one invalidating the other. But then if she, and I think many people in the audience kept saying like, no, you're trying to tear down her boundaries or say that her boundaries are wrong. And I mean, no,
my perspective is stating that like basically this is going to be annoying to me. By the way, all right, so if I could be
anyway, I was just curious why you think I'm a sociopath. You're saying I'm a sociopath because of this situation and because of
maybe I need to watch the fucking VOD because I'll tell you like and by the way, like my love for Star will not change. Okay, so
I would not want it to, Connor.
so basically, I've been playing a video game while we've been talking called Dark Tide, and she created a character called
I was told
Danny DeVito, and it was a 12-foot tall, intellectually disabled person who smashed people with a club, and I loved it. So my love for Star will never burn out, regardless of whatever trials await us. So the reason why I have this exterior perception is because I heard that. I fucking heard. Max is sociopathically determined to not understand that basically Star has a healthy boundary based off of previous experience related to sex that basically most conservative people had or have. And he basically was saying that it was fucked up and it was a test and it pissed him off and blah blah blah. So maybe I'll watch that.
I think Mrgirl is being quite honest with the retelling of this video transcript. Is this time-stamped?
When I say like, when I say just I need more time, I'm honestly being very like genuine and honest about it. Just because it like, I just have anxiety and stuff. So,
well, all controlling people have anxiety.
Mm-hmm.
The anxiety is literally like the emotion of I want to take control of this situation. I'm not saying they're doing it for fun. Well, yeah, think about it.
I have to think about that. But I think the reason why I really do advocate for people to just straight up say no is because I don't want these like miscommunications now for me to be saying like, I just need a little bit more time, like to be turning into like a rejection, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, wait. Did you just randomly link me that with like no specific timestamp? I thought you tried to link it to me with a timestamp.
In summary, there's three perspectives.
He never uses the word healthy in the conversation, but he claims he does in the combo with Connor. He just says healthy. He had no problem with healthy boundary. I wouldn't hold him to that specific word healthy there. I would hold him to the framing that she might have had good boundaries or justified boundaries. I would hold him to that framing under the word healthy.
There's me, and there's the objective, average, outside observer. What I was saying is, if you say I won't have sex with you for the first 50 dates,
that's a lot. Yeah, sure.
For you, depending on your trauma or how you feel or what you need to be safe, that might be reasonable for you. That might actually be what you need to do. Mm-hmm. But to an outsider, they're going to be like, oh, that person's a control freak. That's weird. That's too much. There's something wrong. Most people are going to react that way.
True.
Depending on the culture. If we're talking about like
conservative cultures, that's going to be perfectly normal. Yeah.
Right.
Progressive cultures are going to be like, you're a fucking freak. Why can't you open up?
Exactly. And then for the person who's being asked to wait 50 dates, it's going to be like horrible if you have like a kind of average expectation.
You're in love. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So what I was saying is, since I've gotten into my 30s, I've noticed that women tend to be ready to have sex on the second date.
True.
That's been my experience.
I'm going to quote Ahrelevant. Oh, I never do this.
Yeah, exactly. Right. They might say that, but like that that's not the stated boundary, but my experience.
Hey, I got a name drop, dude.
You're gonna have sex. Like, I feel like once you're in your 30s, you kind of know.
That's cool.
Like what you're looking for, what you're not looking for.
You're probably not going to serial kill me as a result. Let's do it.
Also, you've already had sex with way more people than you had when you were like 20. And so each person you have sex with feels like less of a big commitment, like you're letting them in or you're whatever. So I was saying
I've never watched EFAP Ryan T, so I don't know what that I don't know how that would work.
that to me, if I'm in my 30s and a woman wants to wait like 5 or 6 dates, eventually I'm going to be like, okay, I think you're controlling.
Sure.
But that's my perspective. That doesn't mean that's objectively true. Her perspective is going to be that she needs to do that for herself to protect herself, and those two don't invalidate each other. There doesn't need to be a reconciliation, because a sexual boundary is literally when you're saying we don't see things the same way, we don't want the same thing, we're different people. And then I was saying from a third party, I think a third party, a woman in her 30s not wanting to have sex until 7 dates or something, or 5 dates, is a third party is probably going to start to be like that, depending on the culture, and especially if I'm coming from like LA. Was the last
Which
place
is
I
the
was like,
sluttiest fucking place on the planet, right? So yeah.
Yeah, and so like in LA, if somebody wants to wait 5 or 7 days to have sex, like most people are going to be like, well, that seems like there's something wrong with them, or they don't like you, or whatever.
Sure.
But the whole point of the conversation, that was the point. I wasn't trying to debate about her boundaries. I was trying to say that one person's boundary, yes, and they will. Everybody's and that is not a reason to drop your boundaries, even if everybody on Earth tells you. And I said this.
Okay,
everybody on Earth tells you that your boundary is wrong.
Okay, Star.
That doesn't matter. You still shouldn't drop it.
Okay, so let me say, Star, I still love you, but I'm gonna point something out. So there was a part of the conversation where Star was saying, basically, and by the way, still love her, fucking caveats a billion times over. Basically was saying like, oh well, this is my boundary, and blah blah blah. And you're in like, I think this might have been like the second conversation or like third conversation that you had related to the same subject. As a result, you were like, hey, listen, I literally can't talk to you about this because you're incapable of being aggressive about like what you believe in or your boundary or whatever. As a result, it's basically better off if we like don't talk about it, pretty much. And so for me, like I understand like a lot of people heard Max is being aggressive. He doesn't, understand Star. He wants her to fucking drop the boundaries, et cetera, et cetera. But what I heard was basically like, because I've dealt with this, and this is why I married the woman that I married. I can only deal with people who are capable of asserting themselves within a situation, right? I can only deal with people who are capable of articulating what's in their head, why they feel what they feel, why I'm wrong, and why they want things to be different. And if you can't articulate that, we just can't have a conversation.
Yeah.
And so that's what I heard. And like, I'm not trying to be rude to Star. I fucking, again, 10th caveat, I fucking love Star. But I kind of saw through the shit of like you being aggressive. And I was like, I get that. Because if somebody's being a fucking pussy and they can't articulate, what they care about or why they care about it or whatever, what the fuck? Like, bro, like I only got so much time for you to figure your own. Like, I got enough of my own shit to figure out. I can't figure out your shit too. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, and I think that especially if it's such a loaded topic, it's scarier and feels harder to.
I wish I had watched this
feel like you're
conversation
pushing the other person to the conversation
more recently.
And if you're talking about negotiating sexual boundaries
exactly
themselves,
what was happening under it.
I think that men are often expected to kind of be pushy, which I hate.
Okay. So,
I hate feeling like I'm being pushy. And so I think something that's helped me navigate these situations a lot is understanding that.
Let's cut through the shit. Yeah. What do you want? This is what I want. Cut through the shit.
Yeah, and understanding.
I don't know if that's what you're saying, but that has helped me. That's helped me.
I'm saying empathizing with myself and admitting to myself, like, I actually find it really annoying when women like sexually don't trust me at the same speed that I trust them. I don't like how it feels. That doesn't mean that you should break their boundaries or even push their boundaries. It just helps me be my own person and understand my own emotional experience. Whereas I think when I was younger, I would overly identify with the woman and think like if she was turning me down, then I had moved too fast. Or if she didn't trust me, then I must have done something wrong. And I think that understanding that one person's sexual boundary...
Bootstraps, but for sex.
Bootstraps, but for sex.
Yeah, sorry, fucking autistic poster over here.
You mean like pulling yourself up by the bootstraps?
Yeah. So I mean, like you.
Oh, like it's your fault. Yeah, your situation is your fault.
It's your fault. So if you can't get laid, you need to figure it out. And the other person doesn't have any fucking problems. It's it's your job to figure it out. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and I think the most humanistic way to approach that is to try to understand someone's fear of you or hesitancy about you or boundaries, sexual boundaries, to block you out are that's their feelings and that they're right and their boundaries. But that doesn't have to define you or how you feel about yourself.
I mean,
okay, so that's a
I don't know, but
pretty
in spirit, yeah,
evolved perspective, I guess. And I kind of get what you're saying, where you're like, hey, you can't have this conversation or whatever. Not trying to talk shit to Sherry or fucking.
Well, I think it just came across to her like I was saying, you're not allowed to say no to sex, and you have to do what I say.
Right.
And I think if you're coming from a more traditional background, I think women get told that a lot.
They
so I understand.
do, bro. Yep, there's an absolute fucking sensitivity there for sure.
Yeah, and so I understand
the sensitivity, but that's not the kind of shit that you're playing into. Honestly, bro, like I hate to say this shit. Maybe it's the beers. But I feel like some of this is.
Yeah, see how you feel about me in the morning.
Yeah, we'll fucking see. I'll still give you access to the video no matter what. So the fucking it's so weird, bro. Like I'm fucking tangenting so hard. I feel like some of this shit is legitimately like cultural. Like I feel like it is. Like I'm a relatively conservative person, but I like to think myself as intelligent and able to consider other people's perspectives. As a result, I pretty much have understood everything that you fucking said so far. But I also
contentious movie takes.
You being like, hey,
me contentious movie takes? Oh, I didn't like Parasite. Everybody loved Parasite. I didn't like it. I thought it was super basic, super level 1 fucking shit, super obvious analogies that just made me bored.
Like, articulate yourself. Be able to define your own fucking boundaries. Do not rely on me to do it. And if I'm annoyed, it's okay for me to be annoyed, but also, like, it's okay for you to articulate your boundary. I can understand how some motherfuckers would be like, he just wants to fuck me. He's trying to manipulate me.
No, it's a movie.
Like, you know, I kind of...
Yeah, you have to have a lot of trust and faith that I'm saying the things I'm saying for the reason I'm saying them. Otherwise, it comes across like I'm trying to...
play it. Yeah.
Unravel how you're thinking about your own sexual boundaries, which is definitely not what I'm doing, but I understand why that is scary.
Okay, I have to point something out just because we have the audience, right? I know that's fucking annoying, but we're gonna do it anyways. So I think the issue is that, like, no, sorry, bro, I'm just apologizing to you. I know you don't like playing to the audience. But the thing about it is, I can kind of understand where this is, like, legitimate. As a matter of fact, like, I completely understand its legitimacy. I feel like it's accurate. It's like, there's a whole bunch of people who don't understand themselves. I understand myself, relatively speaking. Here's my hangups. Here's how I dealt with it. I'm ready to move into this shit. If you're not able to articulate your own shit, that's your bag. You fucking carry it. I'm annoyed, but, you know, I'll live, right? Like I feel like that's a perfectly fine thing to say. I feel like the thing that I will be accused of tomorrow morning, you asked me, you know...
What's the best movie you've seen recently?
I think the thing that I'll be accused of is I'm interpreting too much. I'm being too charitable. I'm assuming that what you're saying...
Probably
is
the
what
Batman, I guess?
But see, that's the thing. That's what I've been famous for the entire time.
I don't watch
I've been
many
doing fucking
movies.
Twitch, is I'm not going to carry outside bullshit from a previous conversation into a new conversation. I'm going to assume what you say is what you fucking believe. So, assuming that you're not like a 3,000 IQ fucking genius master manipulator, I'm assuming that you might be doing some fucked up shit. I think Destiny has, like, a reason to be pissed, but you think that the reasons you're doing what you're doing override his pissiness, meaning that the moral infractions are fucked up enough that ideally you want to be his friend, but these things are fucked up enough for you to be like, you know, like if the bridge is burned, it is what it is, because I have to follow my own moral code at the end of the day. I understand that shit, and yes. even if it's like
no way you're still streaming, dude. I'm so fucking close to being. I say, bro, there's like 40 more minutes. Oh my god.
Now you're having a schizophrenic conversation. Like, you and I are just completely fucking insane. Nobody else understands what the fuck we're talking about. For me, I understand that perspective enough that I understand that you have to follow through on it. And not only do you have to follow through on it, you basically have to, that's all you have at the end of the day. That's all a person has, is their own perception of self-worth and morality and what you do and what you think about before you put your head on the pillow before you go to sleep. Like, did I do what I was supposed to do as a human being enough that, like, I'm not trying to project religion into this shit or whatever, but, like, I see myself as a good person, so if I die tomorrow, I played the game as best I could. You know, and I'm not trying, that's something that I strongly identify with because I've done fucked up shit in my life, I'm not gonna lie. And I've done a lot of good shit in my life too. But the thing that's been guiding me the entire time is, you know, I have to look myself in the mirror. That's like the main fucking thing. So
yeah, I think I want to be clear that while I do want to hold Steven accountable, I'm probably more interested in holding myself accountable.
Yeah. Which honestly, that's kind of like, that's the bullshit of it, right? Like we,
I don't know if I believe that's true. I don't know if I believe that's true, man.
Like atheists and shit. They all talk about how, like, your selfless motivations, the things that make you like a moral creature, are actually selfish, which I think could be true to a certain fucking degree. But also, if you do, I said this shit. If you do the right thing for the wrong reasons, you're still doing the right thing. So it kind of doesn't matter at the end of the day. And maybe you and I will wake up from a fucking schizophrenic dream tomorrow and be like, wow, that conversation was totally fucked up. We don't know what the fuck we're talking about, et cetera, et cetera. I don't have a feeling that that's going to be the conversation. That's what we'll be thinking tomorrow. It won't be, to be honest. I hope.
I think it matters. I think it matters quite a bit. Yeah, I think it matters quite a bit. I mean, that's the ends justify the means, right? Literally. Nah, it's not. But you know what I'm talking. It's like, as long as we get to a good goal, it doesn't matter why we got there. I think it very much matters why we got there. I think maybe he's talking about only in this context. So I don't know.
Maybe it's not like I've been drinking liquor the whole time. I care enough, the same way that you care enough, that trying to do the right thing is borderline more important than anything else. So even if you're delusional, but you're trying to do the right thing, that's more. You still have to try. Yep, exactly. Yeah. So dude, if you're totally proven wrong, this was a fucking witch hunt. Destiny's a fucking cunt, but he's not as big of a cunt that anybody gives a shit about.
Here's the thing. I agree with Connor that even if you're delusional and you think you're doing the right thing, you still need to, do the right thing, because you never know. You can never truly know whether you're delusional or not. But ways that you can infer ways of knowing whether or not you're reasonable. And I don't believe Mrgirl has done any of them. He has had literally thousands of people give him legitimate good critiques on why what he's doing is unethical, and he just doesn't care. He's not taking any of it to heart. I truly believe there's not a person on earth that could convince Mrgirl what he's doing is bad. I don't believe a single person can do it. And that is a problem. That is a problem. That is a bad thing. that he needs to be able to take criticism, constructive criticism, and be able to synthesize it in a way that can work with his mind and his moral system. He needs to be able to do that. He cannot just stick to his ways and just go, well, you know what, I tried, and just run with this. He needs to have a way to authenticate his own understanding of the world. He needs to be able to do that. Because right now he's being Sneeko, talking about the Matrix, talking about how all women fucking suck and they need to, I don't know, whatever. You know, I'm being dramatic, of course. Sneeko doesn't say that shit. But, like, you know what I'm talking about, right? Sneeko saying that, what did you say? A woman's primary purpose should be looking after her man. That's what he's doing. He's being the Sneeko, but he's, like, also doubly being the Sneeko by going like, yeah, I don't really have any. Actually, even Sneeko agrees that he can learn things from other people, but he's like only learning things from specific people, right? He's not taking any criticism from anybody. There's nobody that can crack through his thick head, Mrgirl. There's nothing to be done. I feel like the world is screaming at him, hey, listen, man, you're not going about this in the right way. And he's like, I don't care. I just don't care. I don't care. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care about what anybody thinks. And he thinks that's okay, which is, I find violently inappropriate. Could a clone of Mrgirl convince Mrgirl? Nope.
And it ends up being a bomb and a flop.
They probably hate each other.
I'm kind of sorry that you're, just to be frank, that you're kind of like a Twitch and YouTube politics Icarus. You know, you burn bright, but you burn out fast. You're a fucking supernova. If that happens, I'm sorry that happens. But also, if you have legitimate criticisms, and as a result of your criticisms, the space becomes better, and your martyrs complex pays off a little bit, I'm not going to complain about that either. So it is what it is. You're a fucking Jew. You want to be self-sacrificial like the Messiah, right? So, you know, it is what it is at the end of the day.
That's right. Gotta follow in the footsteps of my people.
Yeah. And,
I think I'm only 3/8 Jewish.
Wow, that is a low percentage to be fucking claiming Jewishness, you know? Like, by the way, like,
what the fuck?
I'm not saying you shouldn't claim Jewishness, I'm just saying, like,
I don't.
Oh, I know.
I mean, I only claim it because other people claim it for me, you know?
Right, yeah, might as well be
I'm forced,
basically. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm forced to be Jewish, but I'm only, I don't know. I don't know if it's, I don't think it's a cultural martyr complex.
Yeah, I'm shitposting.
It's probably something more personal than that.
Yeah,
and it can be. My
CounterPoints Warhammer videos are goated. This is his channel, right? No, this is a second channel?
My deal, the reason why I point that out at all, is just because, like, you know, going for the meta conversation. I think there's, actually going back to foundational morality, which I think that, I don't know how much you consider this or how much I've considered this. Destiny and I disagree. Like, we agree on probably like 70% of shit, but on the remaining 30% we disagree. And the reason why we disagree is because I view him as like a materialist, nihilist, hedonist. I think that he only believes that what is real in this life is real. I believe that he thinks that what is in this life is ultimately meaningless, and that the best way to live your life is to maximize your pleasure and minimize your pain. And I understand his logic, and to a certain extent, I believe that it could be.
Yo, sub to CounterPoints' channel. I can't tell if CounterPoints doesn't like me or he likes me. I can't tell, honestly. I can't tell if he hates me or likes me. But no matter which way he goes, his content is good. I don't really care. This dude could fucking hate me. It doesn't change the fact that I think his content is good. Sub to his channel, man. He's got good shit in there. I really do like his Warhammer 40k videos. It's really cool seeing him play Darktide. I really liked knowing him prior to knowing he was into 40k and then seeing him be into 40k. I thought that was really cool. You should play Darktide with him. I just don't really play much games anymore. I 100 trillion% would if I played games like I used to. But I just really don't have much time for it anymore. I mean, it's almost 1 p.m. I literally go to sleep in 7 hours. I have 7 hours before I go to bed. I have 2 hours that I need to spend in the gym, 1 hour out of the gym, and then I have like another 3 hours that I code. If I end my stream in the next 10 minutes, I will have 1 hour of free time today. 1 hour of free time today. If I end my stream in 10 minutes. Like, I have no free time to do anything.
Truly correct, but I also think that it has so many negative implications for other people that I disagree with it. And so my moral philosophy is kind of more like
3 hours to code. Yeah, 3 to 4 hours is what I like to spend time coding.
If I was to be religious for a second, I'm a fucking like perennialist deist. I don't know whether or not I believe in an afterlife.
Yes, I am.
But I think basically you should act like your actions will be judged by a higher power. You know, call that slave morality, call that, you know, fucking whatever the fuck you want to call it fucking cultural Christianity, whatever. But the point is that, like, I almost feel like you're unconsciously playing in the same game that I'm playing, where you're like, no, like, even if you can get away with shit, you shouldn't do fucked up shit. I'm
quite hard on myself.
Why? Actually, yeah. So that's really interesting for me. Why? What is your higher moral calling that forces you to find causes worth sacrificing yourself for and then doing it? What is that motivation stemming from?
Well, if you guys know what stems from, it could be some self-destructive fucking sick thing from my childhood.
Yeah, give me the higher shit. I don't give a fuck about the fucking.
The higher shit is that there's nothing else to do in life except try to be a good person. There's no point. There's no point.
Yeah. Okay. All right. No, I agree with you. I agree with you completely. Like,
also, I don't like it. It's weird. All the stress and all the hate, and I got doxxed. It's just unbelievably stressful shit. Like I have a gun within 3 feet of me at all fucking times.
Do you mind if I ask what kind?
G43X.
Nice. Okay. All right. Now I'm being fucking cringe. But literally, that's what I'm gonna buy. That's like the 9mm single stack. It's concealable. All that shit. Bro, so dude, for a layman, that's a pretty fucking base choice. I don't know. Like, how do you know to pick the G43X? I'm curious.
Well, I have a G42, a G34, and a G22. Also.
All right. So you trust Glock Austrian perfection. I get it. You know.
I do. With the 43X, it seems like it's concealable, but it's still 9mm. So,
and it's still large enough to feel like capable in your hands, where you're like, I'm not pulling out a fucking pea shooter to piss somebody off. I'm actually pulling out something that'll do work. Okay. Based. I'm tracking it. And not only am I tracking it, can I applaud you as a fucking 3/8 German person to look into the eyes of the enemy, the Austrians.
You mean Jewish person?
What?
You mean 3/8 Jewish to look into the eyes of the Austrians and allow them to
furnish you with the weapons for your own survival.
Did he say German?
Am I tracking it? Can I applaud you as a fucking 3/8 German person to?
He mixed up Jewish and German. Oh no! Oh no!
Look into the eyes of the enemy, the Austrians.
You mean Jewish person?
What?
You mean 3/8 Jewish to look into the eyes of the Austrians and allow them to
furnish you with the weapons for your own survival. Way to look past a century of oppression in order to make it happen. Dude, fucking balls on you, man. This is cringe, but I'm just gonna admit it. There was an older gentleman who was pissed that Germany was leading the EU, and I basically said, well, I mean, what are you gonna do? Germans are efficient. He took that as a personal slight against his ancestors who were killed by Germans. But I need to point out that basically he didn't refute my point by getting angry. So trust people for what they are. So if Germans are cold, maniacally competent cunts who develop great technology, trust them to be what they are. Yeah, trust them to be what they are. Over-engineered, but they make good shit.
So what I was saying is that even with all the stress and harassment, I still think I'm sleeping better than I was 4 months ago.
Conscience is relatively alleviated.
I think so. I was pretty I mean, I can't tell you how many times I would yell at Shaylin about something. I would be yelling at Shaylin, and like in the middle of an argument, it would slip out where I'd be like, you sound like fucking book smarts, or like somebody I've been arguing with, like whoever. Every single order, I have called Shaylin the name of every single order and Destiny as like a slur.
Yeah. Do you have a punching bag? That's an important question.
No. Well,
okay.
No.
Okay. But you need to invest in a heavy bag. You really do.
I think I needed to get out because her response would always be like, "Stop taking your shit about your job out on me." And then she'd be like, "I don't think this is good for you. I don't think what you're doing is good for you. I don't think your work is good for you. I think it's good for us. I think you're like cracking up. Like you sound insane, screaming at me about how being bad faith in the middle of like a personal fight. Like you're using all this like terminology.
Ad hominem, red herring.
Yeah. And weirdly, we should by all accounts we should be fighting a lot right now because I'm like really stressed out, but we're not as much. I think
yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So just to answer your question, like why do I want to try to be a good person? I think part of it is just
fucking emotional release, so you're not that fucking pent up cunt fucking animal. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I just hate myself when I'm not, honestly, and I love myself.
Oh, that stress will fucking kill you, bud. And like I'm not again like.
Well, I'm stressed out. I never just got in arguments with my girlfriend. That wasn't something that happened to me. Granted, I don't get stressed out very much, man. I'm pretty chill.
Maybe I wake up tomorrow. This is all like, and by the way, I'm not really saying this, audience, blah blah blah. But basically, who knows? We fucking wake up tomorrow. The dynamics completely shifted. Fucking, you're the greatest liar who's ever lived, right? So basically, what I would say is your instinct for the benefit of the audience, telling the truth, even if it hurts you, fuck me, is it so much better than the alternative? Like just covering shit up, letting your anxiety eat you to the fucking core. All of that shit. Not only is it cringe, it'll destroy you. Long term, it'll fucking destroy you. So no, I'm good with that. And however flawed. Whatever comes in the next few days, I'm assuming from your perspective, you're trying to do the right thing, and also you're trying to make the place better. Which, by the way, a cautionary statement.
Well,
this
then
is
you
what
don't
makes
know me.
Believers dangerous. Is the fact that they believe, like fervently. They believe that they're doing the right thing. They believe they're fighting for a fucking higher power. Not necessarily
10,000 people tell them that they're wrong. They don't listen.
But then there's what is it? Marvel being fucking cringe, right?
Oh, I feel like Mrgirl can't meme on this. I feel like he's in that exact spot.
Right, which is like if you think that you're 100% right and the world tells you to move, you tell them to fuck themselves in the fucking asshole. Which is not a direct Marvel quote. But the point relatively stands that if you think 100% that you're right and everybody else is kind of being a cunt and they're playing into bullshit, then it's kind of your duty based off of your own moral system to call that shit out in order to make the world a better place. And society only thrives when people feel like they should do that. Which is like a Jordan Peterson thing, so I'll be cringe there because he's making apology for fucking retards. God damn it. Dude, like honestly, just to share like a personal like my bullshit. I fucking love Jordan Peterson. I think he's so smart in so many fucking ways, and that I've never been more disappointed by a fucking father figure in my entire life. Like even my own fucking dad is like very chill compared to the amount of disappointment I've experienced from Jordan Peterson. Jesus fucking Christ. God damn.
Yeah, he's had some rough moments.
Dude, bro, like just eat a broccoli stem, okay? Like you're obviously like I don't care about your immuno fucking compromised disorder. Like you just need to eat one vegetable to get an essential vitamin or nutrient back into your fucking brain, so you're not saying crazy shit. Like that's fuck. Like
a friend of mine.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
A friend of mine's father figure is Kanye West.
That is savage.
He's going through the same experience.
Fucking Kanye. Which all right, like okay, so I was gonna say this meme. I'll unblock you on Twitter. But I was gonna say this. I was gonna say this fucking meme. Fucking like Destiny, you know, like now Nick is hanging out with fucking Kanye and Milo and fucking Nick are about to like lead the world's most gloriously fucked up political campaign. And Destiny talked to like a $500 million fucking whatever the fuck, like half billionaire. Like, you know, was it worth, which by the way, this is what I respect about Destiny, was his moral stand on your behalf, believing that he was doing the right thing.
Wait, who
out
was the
documented
half
fucking pieces of shit
billionaire
who
that Destiny
basically,
talked to?
You've been a known quantity for a long time. Like sure, the cuties review, blah, blah, blah. You've been a known quantity for a long time. So basically, like targeting you randomly, that's just kind of making you, as fucked up as some of your perspectives are, slave to the algorithm, right? It has nothing to do with whether or not what you said is legitimate. It has to do with the fact that you say shit,
Tommy, you should have been disappointed.
And they utilize the mass reporting program to fuck you over.
Surely not, right?
So basically, my
no
whole
way
point,
Lex has $500 million.
With that being, I think Destiny, you know, inshallah, Amin Dalila, God help his soul. I think that he also has strong moral convictions that he acts on in public, not just because he thinks he'll get a reward from his audience, but also because he thinks it's the right thing.
You have that much money?
So kind of when you were getting fucked over through no fault of your own in a way that he had been fucked over before, he sacrificed himself for you. And so I think that's part of the reason why everyone has been reacting so negatively to quote unquote your betrayal.
Taylor Pepper.
Is because he was, this is actually like the saddest fucking thing of your guys' entire relationship. He had a principle. He was willing to sacrifice shit for you. And then you had a principle. And basically, I don't want to say you were unable to sacrifice for him, but your moral code demanded that you act against him. And that sucks. There's no other fucking way to say it.
Yeah.
So.
It sucks.
No, and at the chance of being...
All right, they're circle jerking. I can't with this. All right, I think it's done anyway. I think the contentious parts are done anyway. All right, chat, I'm going to go ahead and be done because I've been streaming for like fucking 7 hours or some shit. Yeah, it was fun. The back end of this wasn't super enjoyable. I understand what people are saying when they said Connor didn't really push back as much. I feel like he was going for a different approach that not a lot of people would have wanted that kind of approach to be able to take. But you know what, it is what it is. But before you leave, I'm going to make 2 very large announcements. And they're not just solely about the channel. One is about a giveaway, so stick around. I know you heard it, giveaway, and so you kind of want to stay here. I got Xbox Game Pass Xbox Game Pass codes that I'm going to be giving away, 6 of them tomorrow on YouTube. If you want updates on when exactly that's going to happen, join the Discord, or which the link is inside the description, or just subscribe and then hit the notification bell so that way you can see when I go live, and then you're going to be able to jump inside the stream and do it anyway. You're going to have to be a part of the stream to be able to do it, and I'm going to do it on the stream. I haven't figured out exactly how yet, but I'm going to figure out how to do that. Within the next 24 hours, it should be simple. But yeah, we're going to give away 6 Xbox Game Pass codes, and that is only available inside the United States. I'm sorry if you don't live inside the United States, you can't win. If you've already won one of the codes that we already gave away on Twitch earlier today, please do not enter this one, because not only will it not work on your account because it's only limit 1 per person, but it's also because, like, just come on, in the spirit of the in the gift giving, should probably give it around, kind of, you know, let it flow. So yeah. What else? Oh, on December 2nd, I believe, me and my brother are going to be playing Callisto Protocol on stream. It's a scary game similar to Dead Space, made from the same creators of Dead Space, in the same vein as Dead Space. So if you like that kind of content, stick around. Should be fun. Should be great, yeah? All right. I will see you guys tomorrow, and we'll get the giveaway going tomorrow as well. You guys have a good rest of your day. And to the individuals that did win the Twitch codes earlier today, I will be getting you the codes as soon as I stop stream. I will be putting in the codes. Check your whispers on Twitch. It will only be in Twitch. I'm not going to send a DM through Discord or whatever, because I cannot verify what your Discord is and whether or not it's tied to Twitch without, you know, going through the whispers and stuff. And I just kind of don't want to do that unless for some reason messaging you through Twitch does not work. So if you won the codes from Twitch and you're wondering where they are, check your whispers. I'm going to send them to you as soon as we're done with the stream. All right. See you guys later.